on the scene to talk about some things. It's the wrap up for the year 2019. The Pats won again, and nah, I ain't a fan. Robert Kraft got bagged, the legal use of the hands. Soldier went ham, had Drake in his plans. I just felt bad for his Gucci headband. The 10-year challenge, I'ma keep it a buck. Some of us could've left those pictures in the cut. And I was like, y'all, glued to the telly. Lifetime dropped a bomb with surviving R. Kelly. But don't be mistaken, the feds ain't breaking. And Rob had it coming, this was years in the making. Gucci was living foul, Bird Box was wild. And if you went to Fire Fest,
it's above me now.
Then Spike got his Oscar and he had to flex. And we all shook our heads at Jussie Smollett. Half of us was like, nah, he capping. The other half was like, I'ma see what happens. Hate crime staging? Bro, just stop. Cause there's no such thing as the gay Tupac. Now Tristan and Jordan, y'all been warned. They say 21 Savage from across the pond. Everybody owed 50 and he wanted his bread. I thought Kel was gonna pop Gail right in the head. Instead he got hot and got knocked by the feds. Ask Michael, they won't let you rest when you dead. Lori Harvey looser than Zion's shoe. Man, cover your drink when Cardi B in the room. I'm just trying to do the knowledge. Them folks been lying just so they can get their kids in college. Them Coachella outbreaks had y'all nervous, and y'all prayed it to go away at Sunday service. And in-game made some bread. Must be something in the water. Taylor Swift won't wash her legs. And Aisha Curry get a mention talking about it's not wanted, but I like to get some male attention. Girl, you out of line. If Stephen said that mess, y'all would've lost your minds. Then they shot Big Papi just for sitting in the bar. Can't even vacate. People dying in DR. Toronto brought it home. And who the hell left that cup on the table in Game of Thrones? Arya put the Night King back in his bag. Other than that, the whole last season was trash. It's usually all love from Assad's dad, but when Tyler got that spot, bruh got mad. And AB was wildin'. Bro, you crazy. Hell of a year for Megan and the baby. Ladies talking about it's a hot girl summer. I'm like, how? Y'all was out here sucking on cucumbers. And them top 50 lists was quite deceiving. They locked ASAP up for a fight in Sweden. Hit Area 51, dressed in black, got to the door, and they for sure sent our ass right back. And the royal family couldn't find that balance. Imagine Flint having to see a water bottle challenge. The Chris Brown and Drake made a power move, but that ain't stopped Drake from getting booed. And I wasn't mad at Trey for the power track, but y'all made such a fuss, 50 changed it back. And it got a little stormy for Kylie and Travis, and y'all lost y'all mind over damn chicken sandwich. For real though, y'all was wildin'. It ain't never that serious, and no, I still ain't tried it. Eddie came back, same for Chappelle. Hove came back too, but with the NFL. The NBA let the boy Melo back. Hey NFL, why y'all couldn't do that for Cat? Man, something gotta change, I done had enough. Plus I know they feel away when they see us. So yeah, I got a grudge. Kill a black man in his house, go to court for it, and you get a hug? Now that's just crazy, I don't believe it. Lizzo had the juice and made sure y'all seen it. And Old Town Road was everywhere. No cap, had to be the biggest song of the year. Lil Nas X was poppin'. Bruh sold 10 mil, then he came out the closet. YG and Kalani, yeah, that ain't last. And everybody and their mama seem to have a podcast. Hurricane Dorian ripped through the hood. Tyler Perry made a brand new Hollywood. Then Nick got pissed and he came for M. Y'all be careful cause it's still human trafficking. And that baby face filter got so big. I ain't know if that was y'all or Future's kids. T.I. checking Hyman's, Greta rose to fame. You should never swing a helmet in a football game. Hoping Diddy turned 50, hell of a feat. Illest song of the year was Black Men Don't Cheat. No music from Rihanna felt like she played me. LeBron's hair was like
what it do, baby?
And everybody ran for prayers, that list was deep.
Ladies and gentlemen,
your boy got his ass impeached. Worst president ever, simple and plain. Man, you been getting it in with Russia and Ukraine. Trump the real joker, when y'all gon' learn? Please don't let this fool get a second term. That 6ix9ine trial was wild. He snitched so much, snitching almost came back in style. Saw Beyonce at a party, looking cute. Pull out my phone, try to take a pic with her, and it's crazy out here, the system broken. Y'all chill, it's too many of y'all overdosing. Spank your kids, that's my reaction. That'll stop them from staging their own kidnapping. It's still a soft spot, and I'll never forget. Rest in peace, cause I hate how we lost Nick. Keep your head up, no matter the cost. And I send a prayer up for everybody we lost. Be kind to one another, take life serious. I'm planning, I ain't dealing with no randoms, period. It's mad skills, no doubt. Welcome to 2020, alright, I'ma head out.
It's that time of year again. Y'all gonna be like, why this nigga start off like that? Disrespectful. Wrap up 2019.
Patron on the beat, by the way.
K. Michelle can't keep a man cause her pussy stink. She pretty, she can sing and all that, but her pussy stink. Why you back talking about that girl pussy stinking? Cause she put up a postcode signing Tekashi snitching. She thought he was coming home, he got another year. Even the judge wanna see that nigga get cut near. Tekashi really told on all of his homies. His baby moms was fucking one of his homies. And he heard niggas saying they was gonna kill his mother. If she alive when they come on, makes her still kill his mother. Like that's what you get for telling niggas need to be educated. When Bobby Smurda come home, he need to be celebrated. When Nipsey was alive and they killed 6ix9ine. Nip was like Malcolm X and Tupac combined. He probably kicking it with Martin Luther King up in heaven. On Crip, the whole world know what set you was reppin'. My condolences to your fam, you was a blessing. Nigga, even Stevie Wonder saw that you was a legend. Oh, he can sing? Shit crazy, but y'all already know that. On the strip for Nip, I ain't screaming out free Kodak. Meek Mill finally on probation, free at last. The little homie Juice WRLD died too fast. He overdosed, avoiding the feds. He ain't want that case, not cause he had a drug problem. Let's get that straight. 70 pounds on the jet, Rilo style. I hope you heard me and the shit I said just made you smile. R.I.P. Young King, you was doing your thing. You made songs that these kids gon' forever sing. Niggas ain't war hit Trey songs on power singing. It ain't feel right without hearing Joe in the beginning. 50 switched it back, Instagram was doing the most. If Tekashi was on me, would've told us who shot Ghost. On the Breakfast Club, what the fuck was Tank trying to say? If he sucked a nigga dick before, then that nigga gay. R. Kelly crying like he innocent, like we don't know he wrong. I hope he with the homos getting raped and peed on. Using them underage girls for inspiration for all that 12 play bumping grind music he was making. I don't care how young he was when his sister raped him. I'm just saying she ain't piss on that nigga and tape him. Amarion, baby mother a whore. She fucking Fizz, so he kicked B2K off the tour. Blame April. I'm thinking what the fuck I'ma say now. Drake got booed off stage by a gay crowd. It was them Tyler the Creator fans. He was on Flex Show rapping about fucking the man. Casanova had that Soul Brooklyn challenge lit. I did mine's last and bodied them on his own shit. You know niggas love chicken, Popeyes, sick advantage. They put weed, crack, or Molly up in that chicken sandwich. Niggas is online like the new joints coming out. Kanye promoting God cause his new album coming out. But really he in it for a bankroll. He ain't even write that Jesus Walk record, J. Cole. Gucci did some racist shit. We wasn't feeling it. Stopped rocking it for a couple months. Now we back wearing it. Crazy. Y'all heard what happened. Y'all know what happened. Y'all seen what happened. Y'all just like when I talk about it cause I don't be capping. This that time of year where certain people gon' hate me. Like fuck that nigga murder. He tryna violate me. Crazy, crazy, shit crazy. Crazy, 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 shit crazy. Y'all couldn't wait till I drop this shit. Can't remember everything, I know I forgot some shit. We was all stressed thinking Shorty got kidnapped. Couldn't believe her mother was dead, niggas still did that. That's the Bronx for you, not to be on no funny shit. I was thinking, why would they kidnap that little ugly bitch? Nah, you ain't ugly, baby girl, you beautiful. But for doing stupid shit, you see what you made me do to you? We was feeling bad for you, you little fucking liar. Just like that light-skinned gay nigga from Empire, they kicked you off the show. Now what career you got? Had the nerve to be on stage saying you the gay Tupac. Pay niggas to beat you up to get some publicity. You even had Trump showing some fake sympathy. You almost went to jail, Jussie. Was it worth it for you? It probably was. You would've dropped the soap on purpose. Kaepernick still ain't got a job, shit crazy. And now the NFL doing business with Jay-Z. When that story came out, people was mad as shit. Like Jay doing what with who? I'm with Kaepernick. He in it for the money, Jay ain't in it to help out. Let's see what the plan is before we call him a sellout. First Oprah came at Michael Jackson, now Russell Simmons. What about what Harvey Weinstein did to them women? Why you ain't coming at the white people over? It's like your new hustle was fucking your own people over. You know exactly what you're doing, don't act dumb, bitch. You out here moving like you voted for Trump, bitch. I hope Oprah listening so she don't hate again. Trump getting impeached made America great again. If the Senate don't approve it, the impeachment irrelevant. And Trump racist ass still gonna be the president. All them white racist people people really fuck with him. Trump wife be looking like she don't like fucking him. Don't deport 21 Savage, let him stay, even though he lied to us about being from the A. Glad he home, hate to see a good nigga stay down. But don't that nigga look like he from the UK now? Travis Scott fucked up with that Kylie Jenner chick. They broke up, now she back sucking on Tiger Dick. Her best friend Jordan Woods became famous for fucking Chloe baby father, now we know what her name is. But before that she wasn't popping. That little country nigga Nas X came out the closet. I wasn't surprised though, that nigga looked feminine. His record was lit, but me and Dave East wasn't feeling it. P from QC getting sued by his BM. The coke had to have 5 abortions, 115 M's. Talking about lyric galore, can't front she bad, but she need to get her tubes tied and go to rehab. She wasn't in the gym with them bitch trying to do him dirty. NBA young boy still running around with herpes. YBN Almighty got his chain snatched. Jay Prince had to come out here to get his chain back. Lil Reese got shot in the neck. I'm happy he okay. Lost his voice. We ain't want to hear his new shit anyway. T Grizzly on got killed. Hold your head, nigga. Wish it was George Zimmerman mother instead, nigga. God damn. Y'all heard what happened. Y'all know what happened. Y'all seen what happened. Y'all just like when I talk about it, cause I don't be capping. This that time of year when certain people gon' hate me. Like fuck that nigga murder. He try to violate me. Crazy, crazy, shit crazy. Crazy, 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 shit crazy. Y'all couldn't wait till I drop this shit. Can't remember everything, I know I forgot some shit. That movie about the Central Park 5 when they see us was a real good inside look on how they treating us. That prosecutor bitch had to resign cause of that shit she did. She should've got charged with a crime. Bitch, George Zimmerman suing Trayvon family. Disrespect, niggas gotta get it together. How we ain't kill him yet? He need to get killed expeditiously. That's how T.I. would've said it if he was me. I know bigger words than him, he ain't the smartest. El Chapo got found guilty on all charges. Free Chapo. And his son had got locked up in Mexico, but the cartel forced the government to let him go. Shouted out with police, people ain't feel safe. Only way to stop the violence was to let him escape. They let Carmelo back in the NBA. He averaging about 20, I knew he still could play. Lakers got AD to join LeBron James. Brooklyn got Durant and Kyrie, we in the game. Knicks got, who? The Knicks got, man, I don't know the niggas' names. Clippers got Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, Westbrook, and Houston. James Harden got rid of Chris Paul. He a dog. He in Oklahoma City sick now. The Golden State Warriors look like the Knicks now. Keisha Cole ain't feeling OT Genesis for remixing her record, flipping it on some crippin' shit. It was on YouTube. She got the shit removed and he put it on Pornhub. Man, ain't shit she could do. She should embrace it and make people remember her. She was irrelevant when the last time we mentioned the Lil Kim, and C's cool again. She no longer mad at him. Biggie got a street in Brooklyn named after him. Cardi B won the Grammy, New York proud of her. She the new queen of this shit, we crowned her. Nicki got married, I'm happy she found love. Them gang niggas winning, she married to a blood. Remy got snitched on but found not guilty for putting the paws on that little bitch Britney. Lizzo putting on for the BBWs. Like watch out for the big girls, but what's really up with you? At the Lakers game, what was you sipping? It was kids there, but made your big ass start stripping. T.I. be with his daughter when she see her GYN. Steve Harvey should have been checking Lori Harvey Hyman. Cassie had a baby, or you thought I forgot, bitch, with that trainer Diddy hooked you up with. That's that shit. I ain't even know Jan Buff was the same age. It was dope seeing Jan Cameron on the same stage. I was in Australia on tour with Janet Jackson. Courtesy of 50 Cent, my nigga made that happen. Felt like Michael Jackson was about to walk in the room. Rest in peace to John Singleton and John Witherspoon. I'm about to be off of this shit. Miss America, Miss USA, Miss Universe, Miss World, Miss Teen USA, them black girls won all of that shit. Whoa. Hold up, y'all, let me see what else fucking happened. Griselda got they shit poppin' without mumble rapping. There's some young niggas in New York I follow. Pop Smoke, TJ, Chef G, Sleepy Hollow. 5 of y'all had the city lit with big drip. Now these bitches wanna suck on the crib dick. Bow, bow, bow. This year was a hot girl summer. Bitches was really out here sucking on cucumbers. This sex trafficking shit insane. They caught that nigga that tried to take the girl off the train. Shorty look homeless, that nigga ain't give a fuck. I'm happy that they caught that nigga and beat the nigga up. And guess where that nigga from? The Bronx, nigga. First that little girl Carol, now this Bronx, nigga. I'm off this, I gave y'all too many bars, nigga. Gunner was on Crime Stopper, snitching too hard, nigga. Y'all heard what happened, y'all know what happened, y'all seen what happened. Y'all just like when I talk about it, cause I don't be capping. This that time of year when certain people gon' hate me. Like fuck that nigga murder, he try to violate me. crazy, crazy, shit crazy, 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 shit crazy. Y'all couldn't wait till I dropped this shit. Can't remember everything, I know I forgot some shit. I know y'all niggas gonna say I forgot something, nigga. So what? That's why I put it in the hook. Don't Come Outside Volume 2, January 10th, nigga. You know the vibes. Check me out on that Gyro magazine, too. Not GQ, Gyro magazine, nigga. Biggest magazine in the jams, let's get it. MMB, you know the vibes, GMG, ATM. It's the unit. Winning Circle, Empire. Whoa!
All right. Peace and Black Power family. It's your boy Psychopath and your girl Renee. Black at you. Now I mean, with our annual New Year's show, you know what I mean? Might as well be what we call it. You know what I mean? But yeah, what's good out there, family? Let me get a one if y'all can hear me clearly. Let me make sure everything's good. Let's see. Shout outs to everybody out there that's listening. Peace, Renee. What's going on? How you, sis?
Hey, I'm good, bro. How are you?
What's the word? Let me shout out some people and see. Shout out to back. By accident on purpose. Back to love. Gregory Michael. A Hamilton. Vonda. Shout out to Cal. Shout out to Muchacha. Shout out to did I say A Hamilton already? Zadugu, Midtown Pookie was good. Let's see, Lady Plants was going on. Let's see who else out here. Take Cammy was good with you. Let's see. Did I get everybody? I think I got everybody. I Am Lucy was going on. B1 Infinity was good. Shout out to everybody else I might have missed. Shout out to everybody out there listening. Rodman, what's good? What's going on though, Renee? What's good?
Yeah, and shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody who's listening, everyone who will listen. Of course, Happy New Year. Shout out to Back to Love coming through with the fire music. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And
shout out to Back to Love.
For sure. So, I see muchachas in the building. Hey, sis, I'm glad you're here. So we're going to get it in. You know, we got some things we want to get into, you know, different stories or whatnot that happened this year. You know, we're going to hit on a few points and talk about a little bit too, people we lost. We're going to talk a little bit about just like some of the social media craziness of this year or whatnot. And as per usual, if y'all want to, come get on the panel, when Psycho opens it up or whatnot, or whatever the case may be, you're welcome to come up and give us like your top moments of 2019 or your worst moments of 2019 or whatever, okay? So, thank y'all for coming through. And, that's what we're going to do tonight.
All right. So, whenever you're ready, Renee, we can get it in. You got the line up for this stuff we wanted to talk about, right? Okay, you playing, right? Okay.
Yeah, this man been driving me crazy, y'all.
Renee's been tripping, y'all.
Oh my God.
We ain't gonna get into it, family. We ain't gonna get into it. She's been tripping. Let's get that clear.
And, let me tell you, because I told you I was gonna put you on blast. I had to put him on blast.
About what?
This is about he like about what? About the game night. This past Saturday, the game night.
Yeah, I remember. I remember we were supposed to do the game night, and we didn't.
We were supposed to do the game night, but who did? I had my 2 boards done. I was ready. I had the thumbnail ready. All that sent to him, and somebody was asleep, and they didn't get. They remember he was on here talking about, we gonna see y'all. We gonna see. And then who wasn't ready and who didn't have no board or nothing.
That was totally on me. That was totally on me. Yeah. That one wasn't on Renee. That was totally on me. She did everything she said she was gonna do, and I smoked too much on Saturday and fell asleep. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Shit happens, man. Shit happens. I wake and bake build. I kept. My bad, family. That was on me. But you got everything pulled up, Renee?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
But so I guess the first thing, I don't know, I guess I can do one, that you do one, or however you want to do it. But all right. So one of the things that was very much so discussed this year was R. Kelly. We talked about it. We, talked about it somewhat. He did the interview this year with Gayle King, and where he was on there crying, and the picture you've seen in the little video clip we had coming into the show. But he was on there crying, and he jumped up and all of this kind of stuff, and he was so emotional. It's been a roller coaster. It's been an up and down kind of thing. It's like he'll get locked up, then he got out, and somebody put money up for him, and then they wanted their money back. It's just been a whole thing. But he is currently incarcerated. Now, to me, it's so many things about this that are really, really foggy. But what ended up happening is, y'all know, it's been like, what side are you taking? You know what I'm saying? Because there's the people who are like, it really doesn't matter to me per se what his crimes are or may have been. I like his music. And then there are other people who feel like his life and things that he's done supersede his music, that is bigger than the music. So they're focused on that. So it's been kind of like a thing going back and forth. But I'm gonna give y'all the most recent update on R. Kelly as far as what's going on with his court case and all of that. I'm gonna give y'all the update on that real quick, and this comes from BBC News. This was a couple months ago. R. Kelly will face a second trial on sex abuse charges in New York in May 2020. So he has a few months before that trial. The singer 52 faces charges that he recruited underage girls and women to have sex with him, isolating them, controlling what they ate, and when they went to the bathroom, a U.S. judge ruled. This is the second trial he will face after, after a Chicago date was set for April 2020. He is facing several state and federal charges of sexual abuse in the United States. R. Kelly has consistently denied the claims. This is the second time he has been denied bail in the New York case. He was arrested in Chicago in July on 2 sets of charges, including sex trafficking, child abuse images, and obstruction of justice. He pleaded not guilty to those charges. In another case in Minnesota, he is facing prostitution charges after allegedly inviting a 17-year-old to his hotel room and offered her $200 to undress and dance with him. He has pleaded not guilty to those charges too. For 2 decades, R. Kelly, I'm not gonna get into that whole thing because we got a lot of stories to cover, but whatever the case, that's what the deal is now. So it's kind of like, this case has always been weird to me, which is probably why we didn't touch on it as much, because it's hard to understand like what's really going on. You know, it's so many things that have been put out there with the whole surviving R. Kelly, and all that came from that. It's hard to kind of understand. So what is the issue? I mean, what is it specifically that he's locked up for? So now we know that he's going to be in court in April of 2020, and then May of 2020 on these other charges. Let me read this part. In September, R. Kelly's daughter, Buku Abi, said everyone in school knowing her dad has made her feel suicidal. She said being the singer's daughter is like a double-edged sword. At home, it's normal. You're living life with your parents. Your dad and mom aren't going to go into all the bad things that might be going on outside the home, she said. But kids in school don't necessarily care. Fifth and sixth grade is when, fifth and sixth grade, he's filthy. But fifth and sixth grade is when I started learning the sore part of it, the not so good part. So anyway, they added that in there about his daughter. And then I know he has like a transgender child too. I think we talked about that last year. I think that came out. But yeah, so anyway, R. Kelly was another big story this year. So there you have it. I really don't even want to give him too much, but there it is. All right.
Yeah, it was just a weird story. I remember when it first came out, you know, we was both tripping, and I know, like, I remember my first reaction was like, okay, I'm shocked this is even still a thing. Like, I thought this thing was been over or whatever, but apparently it wasn't. Like, I was surprised how long it took, and I'm like, you know, everything. And then when he got off, I'm like, I remember all the talking he was doing afterwards. I was like, you really asking for it. Cause I guess you ain't learned your lesson from what OJ did. When OJ got away with murder, he kept poking at motherfuckers until they finally got his ass back like 20 years later. Like, so like don't think these motherfuckers ain't going to still come after you. He was all poking his chest out and everything else, and look at him now. You know, so that didn't even take a year for him to come after him again. So, you know, again, yeah. So I just remember how arrogant he was at the time and all this, that, and the third. But yeah, that shit was crazy. Motherfucker's nuts. I think he's guilty, and you know, whatever happens to him just happens to him. I really don't give a fuck. He gotta hold his own nuts. It's fucked up with the Me Too thing. I get it, all that, but that motherfucker they should have been got him a long time ago. So like, it's not like they just pulled this out their ass now and shit. No, they was going after him then at the time when it happened. You know, I just don't know
Right.
what took so long. So, you know, so it's a little bit different than a motherfucker just coming out the ass pulling shit up that you never knew about that happened 20 something years ago. No, everybody knew what R. Kelly did 20 something years ago. You know, so no surprise. But yeah. Let's see what we had up next. Or is it on me?
Yeah, you can pick whatever story you want to go with.
Well, you know, early in 2019, of course, you know, for the sports fans, you know, we got this little event that happens once a year, usually the first weekend of February, called the Super Bowl, right? You know, little small event, you know, not huge, you know, just a little football game amongst, you know, competitors that just so happens to be the largest stage in this country. You know, there is no bigger stage than the Super Bowl. Let's not get it twisted. More eyes watch the Super Bowl than anything else in this country every year, according to the Nielsen ratings. So yes, actually it is a big deal. And yeah, within the Super Bowl, everybody knows we had the whole NFL protest of Colin Kaepernick and all that. And a lot of black entertainers was protesting the Super Bowl. You had people calling for other entertainers to, you know, not perform at the Super Bowl. And one of these entertainers that was pressing other motherfuckers not to perform at the Super Bowl because of the way Colin Kaepernick got done dirty was no other than Jay-Z. Jay-Z was pressing people, telling them, you know, if you go up there and perform, use a coon, pretty much. You know, he didn't say that verbatim, but I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he was alluding to, right? You know, anybody go up in there as a sellout, this, that, and the third. He was telling motherfuckers trying to turn people around, discourage them. And, you know, this happened all in February. And then come to find out, right before the season kicks off, I want to say around August, the news comes out that Jay-Z now has signed a deal with the NFL to be a contributor, air quotations, well, the fuck that's supposed to mean. You know, it gave him some bullshit ass title that they hired him for, which pretty much the title just meant, the title just meant Negro mouthpiece. We need a Negro mouthpiece. We need to get the black fans back here. You know, we kind of losing our black fan base. You know, they kind of soured on the NFL, and we want to play nice with them. And, you know, in order to do that, we need a face. We need a Negro mouthpiece. And Jay-Z is the one who signed up to do it. And, you know, for the same reasons I just said just a second ago, how he was acting at the Super Bowl, that kind of made him look crazy at the end of the day, because, you know, you can't be sitting up here shaming other people not to perform on the biggest stage in the nation, and then you turn around and sign a deal with this same entity that you was trying to turn everybody off on less than a year, not even a full calendar year later. Like, so it's just crazy. Not even a full off season, nothing. But, you know, anyway, that was crazy. He got criticized as he should. And, it just goes to show you that you can't trust these entertainers. These entertainers do not have our best interests at heart. I don't care how much they try to put on this game. If they sit up there, they pretend like they got our best interests at heart. Most of the time, it's an angle to it. Like, they try and position themselves to get a gig with the NFL, and they trying to show how much power they actually have. Because that's what it seemed like Jay-Z was doing. Like, look at the power I got. I can shut down all the entertainers for coming to your Super Bowl. What you should do is sign me to a deal because my voice has power. And that's what the NFL ended up doing. So basically what he was doing was power tripping, and he wasn't doing it because, you know, out of good faith. It was all bullshit. But anyways, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but Jay-Z was on some fuck shit, and I'm glad he got called out for it. You want to speak on that, Renee, real quick?
No, I think you did. You said a lot. Yeah, it was just, in general, you know, some people were like, give it time and see what it is that he's going to do. Just overall, I've just been kind of low key about it. I don't know what the plans are. I am a football fan, of course, but I didn't necessarily condemn him. I didn't necessarily praise him. It's nothing to praise. But my only stance about it was that people were saying, what about Kaepernick? But Kaepernick took a settlement first. Like, Kaepernick took a settlement. And then Kaepernick is still trying to play in the NFL. Like, he's still open to it. So it's kind of like, if you feel like Jay-Z did him bad, like, you have to look at what Kaepernick himself did. But at the end of the day, yeah, you did excellent job. So yeah, I don't have too much more to say on that whole situation. But that press conference was like some BS. I'll say that. All right. So let's get into, I'm gonna do two stories actually. And these are, because they're not related, but somewhat. It's two rappers, if you want to call, well, one of them, if you want to call it that, but it's two rappers, two legal situations. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do both of these stories back to back. I'm gonna go ahead and start with A$AP Rocky. All right, so a lot of y'all, of course, remember the whole A$AP Rocky thing. I know we definitely spoke on it because I wanted to talk about that for sure. But he was over in Sweden. He said he felt threatened or whatnot. He got into a scuffle or whatever the case was, and he ended up in jail. Okay, and that turned into a whole thing because they didn't release him. Well, he ended up turning himself in because he found out they were looking for him because the guys he got into a scuffle with went to the police. So he turned himself in, and they kept him. they kept him, honey. And so supposedly he had not been eating while he was in there, and different reports and things like that were coming out. At first it was coming out that like they were denying him legal counsel and all of these kind of things. So a lot of people here, a lot of Black entertainers, and I'm gonna read it real quick, a little bit of the story to y'all to tell y'all the update on it. But different, rappers and entertainers, mainly Black, were having his back in the sense that they were like, saying we're not going to perform in Sweden anymore. And there were people who had, major petitions out with like hundreds of thousands of, signers and people or signees or whatever it is to the petition. And then I think even like people were trying to get Trump, and I think supposedly Trump said something on his behalf or whatever the case is. Al Sharpton got involved, which was interesting considering he had made a lot of comments against Al Sharpton. But the big firestorm was based upon the fact that he had made comments before, kind of basically saying like he don't give a damn about all the police brutality, stuff like that. Like he's out in Soho, you feel me? He's in Beverly Hills or whatnot. He's not really concerned with that. That's not his life. He's concerned with kicking it and whatever else that he's doing. And, so a lot of those type of comments that he made previously kind of came back to bite him. And some people were either choosing not to support him at all, or people were kind of like, yeah, well, you said this though. Some people were kind of like, I still support you to a degree, but you said this. What about this? So then I believe like Joe Budden, he got pissed at people, this particular station or whatever. I think it was a sister and a radio host, and she was like, no, I'm not supporting him, whatever the case may be. And Joe Budden called himself getting pissed. And it kind of became a thing for a minute. People were really talking about this because of his previous coonish comments. And really, since that time, he's not really talked much about it. I know he did an interview with Angie Martinez, no surprise there. He wouldn't go to Black media, you feel me? But I think he did an interview with her. I don't think he went too in depth on it, but I'm gonna give you a little bit of this story, then I'll get to the next one. Okay, because here's the update. A$AP Rocky returns to Sweden in triumph without Trump's help. Okay, he just performed there. All right. And this comes from the New York Times. When the rapper A$AP Rocky played an arena show in Stockholm on Wednesday night, it was the first time he had been. This is December 12th. Came out December 12th. It was the first time he had been to Sweden since August, when he was convicted over his part in a street brawl, a case that drew international attention when President Trump got involved. Given the fuss, few fans at the concert said they had expected the rapper to return. If I was A$AP Rocky, I wouldn't have. Aphrodite Hintoff, 21, said with a laugh outside the golf ball shaped Ericsson Globe before the show there. When I heard about the concert, I thought it was a joke. So why was Rocky back? Most fans said it was a thank you for their support during the trial, but others thought there was another reason. I think he kind of wants to spit the government in the face a little, Kendoff said, adding that the rapper's return was a way of saying, hey, you don't scare me that easy. Rocky's last visit to Stockholm in June grabbed the world's attention almost by accident. The rapper had been sightseeing. We all know what ended up happening. Rocky later said he was acting in self-defense. The rapper was detained pending an investigation, and not long afterward, President Trump started treating Rocky's case as something akin to a hostage crisis. Mr. Trump sent his special envoy for hostage affairs to watch over the trial, and also interviewed Sweden's Prime Minister Stefan Löfven on Twitter, saying that Sweden had, quote unquote, let our African American community down. You know what? I never knew that fool said that. Anyway, now see, I know, I just want to say this real quick because I know this ain't necessarily got to do with the story per se, but Trump said to Sweden's Prime Minister that they had, quote unquote, let our African American community down. Now here's the question. All y'all black conservatives and all y'all people, right, who are Trump supporters and all this America and all this, right? Why didn't he say you let Americans down? Why didn't he say that? Because tons of people love A$AP Rocky's music. I would probably argue more white people than black folks do. So why would he say you let our African American community down? Why wouldn't he say you let Americans down? Just a question. Anyway, if we're all one, right? If we're all one, this is Trump's America. Okay. Mr. Trump's focus on the case was also mentioned in the impeachment hearings last month. We'll get to that a little later. When an official from the United States Embassy in Kyiv, Ukraine, testified that he had overheard a phone call in which Gordon Sondland, the American ambassador to the European Union, advised Mr. Trump to wait for Rocky to be sentenced and then, quote unquote, play the racism card and give him a ticker tape when he comes home. Interesting. During Rocky's detention, this is the part I wanted y'all to hear. During Rocky's detention, several high-profile rappers voiced their support for the rapper by saying they would never play the country again. No more Sweden for me ever, Tyler, the Creator, wrote in a tweet, with others, including Schoolboy Q, following his lead. Although both have stuck to their promise, other prominent rappers, including Kendrick Lamar, have announced shows there. Yes, I'll leave that at that. I was trying to see anything else really notable in this article so I can move on to the next one. But yeah, so as you see, just as a couple weeks ago, barely, he had returned to Sweden to perform a concert after not just a couple of people mentioned, but I remember was quite a few Black entertainers who said, I will not go to Sweden again. And after that, where is he at? Over there in Sweden. Okay, so that's that on that. So yeah, free A$AP. All right, next. Oh, I'm sorry, Psycho, you want to say anything on that? Or you want to wait till I'm done with the...
No. We can go to the next story. That's good. You covered everything.
All right, so the other article or the other person I want to talk about, and I'm going to read a little bit from the article because this is an update as well. He is Tekashi 6ix9ine. So, you know, he was talked about a lot, of course, this year because he went down. Okay. But guess what? He said, I'm going down, but I'm dragging a whole bunch of ends with me. Okay. So, because he threw out some different people that's supposed to be in his gang or whatever. We know that he threw Jim Jones' name out there in the mix. We know that his manager or whatnot, Shotty or whatnot, he went down for like 15 years. So it's been a lot that happened with that situation. And like the recording of him testifying, you know, a lot of people were breaking that down and that was being put out there. And honey, he was telling on everybody. He mentioned Cardi B, honey, that she was a blood. Yeah, he was just, you know, he was letting it rip. So I'm gonna go ahead and get into this update. This also comes from the New York Times, and this came out December 18th. And I hate when they give these little, are you serious? Hold on, y'all. You know how like makes you join?
Yeah, yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm like, it tries to make you join something to continue reading the story. I'm not joining nothing. Like, no, absolutely not. So we're gonna just get another Tekashi story. That's the one I wanted to use, but it is what it is. All right. Okay, we're going to go to CBS News. All right, so Tekashi 6ix9ine sentenced to 2 years in prison in racketeering case, okay? Rapper Tekashi 6ix9ine was sentenced to 2 years in prison Wednesday. This was December 18th. For his ties with the street gang, or this story came out then. Ties with the street gang that fueled his rise to fame. He was spared a harsher possible sentence thanks to his decision to become a star witness for prosecutors. The 23-year-old rapper, whose real name is Daniel Hernandez, could have been sent to prison for decades over crimes that included orchestrating a shooting in which an innocent bystander was wounded. He pleaded guilty earlier this year to charges accusing him of joining the gang known as the 9 Trade Gangsta Bloods. He has already served 13 months and will be released in late 2020. I don't believe that. He'll probably be released before then, but that's what they say. After his arrest, he shed the outlaw reputation he curated online and testified against his gangmates earlier this year, causing some to label him a snitch. The testimony helped to get the convictions of 2 high-ranking 9 Trade Gangsta Blood members. Your cooperation was impressive. It was game-changing. It was complete and it was brave, said U.S. District Judge Paul Engelmayer as he announced the sentence, which is far lower than federal guidelines for the crimes in a Manhattan courtroom. But the judge said the amount of time the rapper has spent in prison was not enough for the violence of his crimes. He noted that many artists sing about organized crime, citing Bruce Springsteen's Murder Incorporated. You, Mr. Hernandez, essentially joined Murder Incorporated. Oh God, Engelmayer said. Prior to his sentencing, but he gonna get 2 years though, right? Prior to his sentencing Wednesday, Tekashi 6ix9ine expressed regret for joining the gang, apologizing to his family, his fans, and the victims in the case. I'm not a victim. I put myself in this position from day one, Tekashi 6ix9ine said, breaking down shortly after when he spotted his biological father, whom he says he hasn't seen since the 3rd grade, in the courtroom. He then read from a lengthy letter saying, I made a lot of bad choices in life, but that does not make me a bad person. He expressed similar remorse for his actions in a letter he wrote last week to Engelmayer, discussing the relief he felt when he was arrested and his plan to make amends for warning others not to follow his path. I'm happy that the public was able to witness me dealing with the consequences of my actions because I feel like it sheds light on what can come from gang affiliation, he wrote. In a pre-sentencing letter to the judge, prosecutors said his cooperation was extraordinary and was both incredibly significant and extremely useful, enabling them to charge additional individuals. See? His February 1st guilty plea prompted nearly all of the other defendants to begin plea negotiations, prosecutors said. The government believes that his cooperation was not only substantial, it was extraordinary, Assistant U.S. Attorney Michael Longyear said at the hearing Wednesday, noting the risks Hernandez and his family faced for his testimony. Prosecutors have described 9 Trey as one of the most violent outgrowths of United Bloods Nation, with members throughout the country. Tekashi 6ix9ine relocated his family before his cooperation became publicly known, and then he was moved to a different prison facility and a unit with no gang members, the government said. His cooperation might make him eligible for a witness protection program, though his distinctive facial tattoo on his forehead could make concealing his identity challenging. There is no question that the defendant's life will never be the same because of his cooperation in the case. He and his family will have to take extra safety precautions when being in public, so as to avoid potential reprisals from others, prosecutors wrote in the letter. In September testimony, Tekashi 6ix9ine told jurors his role in 9 Trey was to just keep making hits and be the financial support for the gang so they could buy guns and stuff like that. Asked what he got in return, he responded, my career. I got the street credibility, the videos, the music, the protection, all of the above. The last thing I'm gonna read, in October of last year, the rapper was given 4 years probation stemming from a 2015 arrest on charges of using a child in a sexual performance. He was required to complete 1,000 hours of community service. Sorry, y'all, I know that was a lot, but I just wanted to put that out there because as you see, who ended up going down? All the black dudes involved. Who ended up coming out? The Mexican dude. The Mexican / Puerto Rican dude. He comes out. Now, here's the thing. People have talked about, well, what's going to happen to him? You know, he may get killed, this, and the other. I mean, yeah, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, it's possible people may want to harm him. But it's also possible that that won't happen. And like the time we're in now, people ain't really built a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And people have talked about, will he be able to make music? Yeah, I definitely think he will. Because guess who's going to have his back? All them white kids and stuff who mainly were the ones who liked him in the first place. Once they got a hold to him, that's when he got way bigger. But a lot of them young kids, they will still buy his music. That's going to make people possibly even more wanting to seek him out, and he'll be able to probably do some kind of book deal if later on in life. He'll probably be able to do a documentary series like people do, like Meek Mill had on Amazon Prime, or he'll be able to do an exclusive deal with Netflix, or you know what I'm saying, or with Hulu or whatever. Like, he's gonna be good financially. He'll be free. He ain't gonna be in prison. Meanwhile, when he gets out of prison, a lot of the guys that came down with him are going to be in there for another 10, 15 years while he'll be out free, being able to do whatever he needs to do to protect himself. And at the end of the day, you know, this is just, it's what happens. Unfortunately, it's what happens. So, yeah, you got anything? I'm sorry. So those were the 2 stories. You know, like I said, they're kind of related: rappers, legal cases, and updates. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just a case of motherfuckers trying to live lives that they really ain't about. It's mainly Tekashi 6ix9ine. You know, he really ain't about that life. You know, he's up here, you know, trying to fit in. No, you know, amongst a black male dominated space, and trying to do what he felt like he needed to do to try to fit in, but ended up getting in too deep. And then when he got pressed on it, the motherfucker started singing like a bird. And that's just, you know, this is what happens when you allow these weirdos up in your space. You know, not to mention he's not even black. That puts a whole different level of fuckery up on top of it. But when you let these motherfuckers into your space, and you into questionable activities, and you let these motherfuckers up in here, motherfuckers who just trying to be down type ass motherfuckers who really wasn't raised in the streets and really don't understand the code and don't respect it. And the second they get their backs against the wall, they going to just revert right back to who the fuck they naturally is, which is a normal ass citizen who ain't trying to do any time, who don't really want to get in no trouble, kind of want to keep their nose clean, just an average regular civilian, which is fine. And if you want, I'm not knocking civilians. What I'm saying is, don't try to step outside your civilian life and then try to live that street life. Stay a fucking civilian and stay out of the fucking streets. And you won't find yourself in certain situations. Because I tend to always have to remind people when they talk this Pookie and Ray Ray stuff and how detrimental Pookie and Ray Ray is to the community. And most of the time, Pookie and Ray Ray is more detrimental to themselves, right? Most of the time, Pookie and Ray Ray is robbing another Pookie and Ray Ray. Pookie is shooting Ray Ray, Ray Ray's robbing Pookie. That's usually how that shit works, right? Civilians usually keep, as long as you ain't putting yourself in harm's way, for the most part, you usually, everything will be all right for the most part, right? But that motherfuckers really, again, stop letting motherfuckers into y'all spaces if they really ain't about that life. Because a lot of these motherfuckers out here perpetrating, stunting. You catch a lot of these motherfuckers. I hear them all up on here. I just gotta keep it a buck. I be hearing these little fake ass street motherfuckers up on here sometimes, and I be seeing right through these motherfuckers. Like, man, you really ain't about that life, bro. You really need to stop talking like. And then they do shit later to come to find out, yeah, they really wasn't about that life. I can tell just by the way they act up on here. Motherfuckers don't follow no codes. But yeah, what I mean? I'm about to go on a whole different tangent. I'm on one focus on this weirdo too long. But yeah, that's all I gotta say about that story. This is a lesson learned for motherfuckers. Keep certain individuals out your space, not to mention especially Mexicans. Keep the Mexicans out your fucking space too, just in general. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Renee, I'm done.
No, it's your turn. I did those two stories.
Oh, okay.
You got it.
All right, well, what I'm gonna talk about? Okay, let's get on. Okay, you know what? Let's get into the phenomenon. The motherfucking I don't even know what to call this shit. Phenomenon, I guess, is the best word for it. The phenomenon that's called, the whole Popeyes chicken fiasco, right? The whole, that whole scandal, that whole bullshit that went down during the summer. Actually, it went down before the summer. It got deeper in the summer. When did it start? I forgot exactly when it started. I think it started in the spring and then it came back in the summer. Don't quote me. But Popeyes came out with a new chicken sandwich this year, right? Supposed to be the best chicken sandwich that anybody ever had in their life. I don't know. I've never had it, right? But Renee can speak more on that when it's her turn. She actually had the motherfucking. But and it's supposed to be the best chicken sandwich ever, right? And I don't know how this shit all of a sudden just caught wildfire like this. I don't know who started this shit. I didn't see any crazy wild commercials. I didn't see any marketing ploy by Popeyes or anything like that was extra, like nothing crazy. But for some strange reason, all of a sudden out of nowhere, I just started seeing mukbang videos of motherfuckers eating chicken sandwiches from Popeyes all of a sudden. You know, one day I saw somebody doing one of those mukbang videos. Y'all know the videos these motherfuckers just be eating and talking and that's it. You know, apparently that's content in 2019 and something. I don't know, but that you know, that's another big thing we had in 2019, the emergence of this whole mukbang culture. Anyways, I digress. You had this whole mukbang shit. These motherfuckers up here eating these little Popeyes chicken sandwich. I saw one. I'm like, okay, like I give a fuck. I'm not clicking on that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I scroll past that. You know, an hour later, I see another one. Mukbang video, motherfucker with Popeyes chicken sandwich. I'm like, okay, Popeyes is popular today. And another one pops up. This is all the same day. Another one pops up. Popeyes chicken mukbang sandwich. Oh, what the fuck is going on with Popeyes? Then I see motherfuckers upload videos saying Popeyes is killing them with the chicken sandwich and it's the best chicken sandwich I've ever seen, I've ever tasted, and it's this, that, the third, and Popeyes is going like everybody's going rushing to Popeyes. The lines are this long and all this other shit. I'm like, what is the fuck is going on? I'm like, what is the fuck? What the fuck is going on with this Popeyes? Like, why is everybody going ham over a fucking fast food chicken sandwich? The hell is what the fuck they put in this chicken sandwich? What did they put in this chicken sandwich? They must have put something in this motherfucking chicken sandwich. They had to. I don't know what it is. I don't know. But they sprinkled some crack on it. I don't know. But they did something to that motherfucker that had motherfuckers hooked and going ham. Like, just literally, like, they had to have it. Like, motherfuckers they had to have it. And then when they saw motherfuckers acting like this, what happened was you get that snowball effect, right? Now, motherfuckers feel like they missing out on something, right? Because that's usually how that shit worked. The motherfuckers was hauling ass to Popeyes. It's all psyops, right? Because motherfuckers wasn't thinking about Popeyes. Motherfuckers don't normally just wake up like today. Y'all didn't wake up thinking about Popeyes. Y'all wasn't thinking about that Popeyes chicken sandwich. None of that shit, right? That's how most motherfuckers live their everyday life. They wake up not thinking about Popeyes, not giving a fuck about a chicken sandwich. All of a sudden, the chicken sandwich, that psyop shit, that MK Ultra shit going on, that shit made, you know, all of a sudden, y'all motherfuckers was thinking chicken sandwich. And the reason why is because everybody was talking about it and you didn't have it yet. So now you feel like you missing out on something. So now you feel like I gotta have this. I can't be the only one not to have it. You know, I feel like I'm being punked over here. Let me go get me one of these motherfuckers so I can see what everybody going ham about. You know what I'm saying? That's usually how that shit worked. And that shit worked like a motherfucker. And boy, it was a big shit show. And then when motherfuckers started getting into the fights in the line and getting shot and killed, and then motherfuckers started spinning narratives talking about motherfuckers were getting killed over chicken sandwiches. No motherfuckers wasn't getting killed over those chicken sandwiches. Me and Renee broke this shit down before. Ain't no way in hell motherfuckers got killed over no chicken sandwich. You motherfuckers cannot provide any evidence of a motherfucker getting killed over a chicken sandwich. Motherfucker got killed over disrespect while while waiting in line for a chicken sandwich. The motherfucker got shot and killed and they got into a fight and all that shit because the motherfucker cut him in line. That could have been anywhere. That could have happened on Black Friday. That could have been Black Friday, motherfuckers at the motherfucking Best Buy with 4 TVs, a computer, and 3 cameras. Waiting in line for like 3 hours. Motherfucker try to cut him. What the fuck is you doing? Get into a fight, shot, boom. Next thing you know, motherfuckers they ain't gonna say motherfucker got shot over TVs, cameras, and all this other shit. No, motherfucker got shot because he cut him in line. That's why he got shot. But that's how black people are. We love to spin those stupid stereotypes about ourselves. We don't need white supremacists to do it. We do it to ourselves. Because some of us are fucking weirdos. Anyways, I've been talking for a second. Let me pass the mic to Renee.
I don't even. The whole chicken sandwich thing was crazy. Yes, I did have one. And that was when it came back out the second time, and it had been out probably at that time for like about a week or so. And I did end up waiting like 20 minutes for it. I went inside, so but it was a chicken sandwich. I mean, I have not had another one since. I'm still alive. I survived it. You feel me? I survived going there. I made it out alive, y'all. But yeah, I have been like, oh my God, I gotta have another one of those chicken sandwiches. Like, it was cool. Like, don't get me wrong, but I still was not quite. I didn't understand. It was a chicken sandwich at the end of the day. Was it better than probably some other places or whatever? Yeah. But the thing about it is that, this is kind of what they do. You know how places will introduce something and how it is in the beginning is not what it later becomes. So eventually, and I'm sure probably now, it's just like anybody else's chicken sandwich that's just smacked together. So they probably maybe took a little bit more care and concern during the time, or not care and concern, but the pieces were probably bigger and all of that kind of stuff. But just watch. They probably gonna change the bun to have a cheaper bun. They gonna have a smaller, cheaper piece of chicken or whatever. Yeah, so anyway, it is what it is. It was a damn chicken sandwich, y'all, at the end of the day. And that was just a whole mess. And yeah, that's what irritated me about that whole thing was, because I really didn't want to talk about it. Because I remember I was telling Psycho, like, I don't even really want to talk about this whole chicken sandwich thing. But what really inspired me to talk about it was when that situation happened and they said that people were getting, the thing term was, people are getting killed over a Popeyes chicken sandwich. And that's what basically sent me over the edge, because I'm like, no, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. People get into those type of situations all the time, and people will end up shooting somebody. Some crazy lunatic person will end up doing that. That is not the fault of all Black people. I'm not taking no blame for somebody shooting somebody at Popeyes. I'm not doing that. That ain't no all Black people. That was one crazy ass person, okay, who did that, period. And that was based off of disrespect, not off of the actual sandwich itself, okay? So yeah, we can move on from that. But I'm gonna give this story real quick before I know it's time in on the East Coast. But I'm gonna get this story real quick. And this story is about Dave Chappelle, because I just want to give a quick update. I'm not really even going to get into reading the article, but I just want to let y'all know something. So y'all know Dave Chappelle had his comedy special on Netflix that came out earlier in the year. It was called, this summer, it was called Sticks to Stones, right? We talked about it on here. We was like, it was funny. We didn't have any issues with it or whatnot. We talked about some of the things that he touched on. And, the big takeaway from that, everybody was in a tizzy about the whole transgender thing and all of that kind of stuff. And so it was supposed to be transphobic, and it was supposed to be mean-spirited and rude, and he didn't have to say those things. And all of the critiques from these supposedly highbrow people who are saying, looking down, saying he should be more intelligent. They were literally saying he should be smarter in his jokes. Like, what do you mean? He's a comedian. Like, you're saying he doesn't have any intelligence because he's calling out this damn transphobic nonsense. So anyway, all of that stuff happened, right? Which if you haven't seen it, it's funny. But what happened is, and this was in October of this year, one of the trans women, anyway, one of the trans women that he mentioned in the comedy routine died by suicide, okay? So these sites like The Advocate and these LGBT news sites or whatever, they couldn't wait to put that out there. As if somehow that's Dave Chappelle's fault, or I don't know what are you trying to say? Because he mentioned this person, I think, is saying that they thought the jokes were funny, or this person laughed at it or whatever. And I think some of the LGBT people, whatever, was kind of mad at them or something like that. But whatever the case happened, this person committed suicide. And I'm just like, okay. Like, why is that the headline though? Like, why is Dave Chappelle in that headline? Like, that makes no sense. Whatever. Now, if you did the story on this activist, because this is supposed to be this big transgender activist, why wouldn't you just be like, oh, they committed suicide, this, that, and the other? And then the story, oh, it's getting time. Okay, in the story, you could say they were mentioned on Dave Chappelle's stand-up. But don't try to make him in the title like he had something to do with it. Like, oh, this bullying, it's causing the suicide of people. Like, get the hell out of here with that. But yeah, so that happened this year. Yeah,
that whole thing was actually, that was actually brilliant. Stand up by Dave Chappelle, and it definitely ruffled a lot of feathers. Mainly the alphabet boys, they get butthurt over everything. Whenever they get called out, they get butthurt. Because you already know, family, these motherfuckers, they act like they want equal rights, then they don't want equal rights. Mm-hmm. They want special rights, family. They want special rights. They want to be treated with kid gloves. They want you to walk around egg shells around them. They want you to, you cannot question them about anything. You cannot criticize them about anything, or you will be shamed for it. This is how it works now. This is how it is. Unfortunately, and this is how society has made it. This is the atmosphere that's become, because this whole PC ultra liberal culture that is run amok to the point where motherfuckers got to talk in coded language online now. We can't even say certain words anymore in fear of our channels being attacked. Why? Because that's because of this ultra PC liberal culture we under. These gays made it. We don't want everything should be taken down. That should be taken down. That shouldn't be up here. That shouldn't be this. That should be this. So now we now be in a position where everything gets censored, and we are about to get ready to hit the new year. We are less than 30 seconds. All right, let's get ready. The ball is starting to drop right now. If you're on the East Coast, watching it live. All right, family, we getting ready for the countdown. Let's get ready. All right, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy 2020, family. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, East Coast. Happy New Year, East Coast.
Y'all already know what it is, family. Happy New Year. Shout out to everybody out in the chat. Goodbye 2019. Hello 2020. Let's get a break real quick, Renee. Yeah, break for a drink real quick.
All right.
All right. We back, family. We back. You know what I mean? Again, happy 2020, everybody out in the East Coast. Shout out to all y'all, know what I'm saying? Peace to the family out here. Peace to everybody. Let's see, we got another hour to go, and then Renee can bring in the new year. And then we're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going all the way up to California, get the new year. You know what I'm saying? We're going to say Happy New Year's to everybody. We're going to bring it in with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you there, Renee?
Look, you hear me? I said, what? Hold on. Say what?
You got 3 more hours. You got 3 more hours. We getting it in.
Okay. You're going to be getting it in. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Happy Dr. John Henry Clark Day. Another of our well-esteemed Capricorns, of our well-esteemed leaders. Shout out to his memory and all that he did, all the information he provided us with. And not yet, I won't say it yet because it's not here yet, but for the East Coast people, tomorrow is my birthday. So, but we ain't got to New Year's Day here yet because my birthday is on the 2nd for those who don't know. But yeah, so shout out Capricorn season. Shout out to all my Capricorns out there. And yeah, Happy New Year, everybody on the East Coast. So, all right. So you wanna
you can start with we still got a few more to go, and then we got to go to the other joint. So yeah, you go ahead and start off.
You go ahead. I did the last one.
Last one we got more than 3.
No, I did the last story. I did the.
Oh, you said you did the last one. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's start off with Kamala Harris. Let's get to politics real quick. You know what I mean? Kamala Harris jumped on the scene to throw her name and throw her name in the ring to run for Democrat, possibly run for Democrat, and possibly make the primaries to get a chance to get in. And it was a hot topic for a while, for a bunch of different reasons. First and foremost, she is a former DA who put away a lot of brothers, unapologetically as well, and was very hard and had very hard stances and everything else, and was pushing for long sentences with these cases and everything. And but she was running for Democratic Party under the guise of, trying to make things better between the police and the community and all this other shit, blah, da, 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 da. Like she really gave a fuck, because she made her whole name off these motherfucking, off these unjust charges and damn, I had one drink for me. These blown up cases that was pretty much, damn, I'm losing my wording right now. I know I've been spoken to, but these cases that were overblown. And then she had the whole thing about her not even being black, right? And she was being pushed off as a black woman. And she's clearly not black, right? She's clearly at best, a quadroon, right? At best, a quadroon. She's clearly not black. She has Indian heritage. I think it came out that she had. I forgot what her complete racial makeup was, but I know around these circles we would not consider her black, right? But she was getting pushed off as a black woman, right? Because she was playing the whole female version of Obama, and at the end of the day, that wasn't rubbing people right. And then she got up there, she was doing those songs and dances, doing little shimmies and everything else, dancing to Cardi B. She was playing, she was trying to play up the whole role of black woman and everything. And then she got to the Breakfast Club. They started asking her certain things. She was answering some of these questions a little iffy. She did another interview and they asked her, well, do you have anything planned for black people? And she kind of was like, no, I haven't got nothing exclusively for black people. Just came out and just said it, So, she, again, rubbing black people the wrong way. And, you had some sisters out there, not everybody, but you did have some sisters out there that was supporting her and was wanted to see her do well. None around these circles that I could think of, but I was seeing in other circles that she had a lot of favor amongst a lot of Democratic females in the hood. I guess they wanted her to try to take the mantle if they thought she could actually win it. I didn't think she could. And then I remember she did she had the debate, and she came at Biden. I think it was Joe Biden, and she made that famous said that famous story about her being this black little girl who about getting bussed out and everything else, this, that, and the third, which ended up being bullshit. And then you had the whole Tupac fiasco where she said she was in high school listening to Pac and Snoop 10 years before the motherfuckers even came out. So it was a lot of bullshit going on. It was a lot of, and she finally decided not too long ago, about a month or so ago, that she was going to bow out of the Democratic race, which is, disappointing for all the people that actually thought she had a shot, because there was a lot of people that was financially backing her, but she claimed she ran out of money. I don't know about all that. I think she kind of realized she was, she had no spins. She ain't had no wins over there, so I guess she just decided to gracefully bow out now and try to possibly get her shit together for a possible another run in 2024. But we'll see. You got something you want to say about that, Renee?
Yeah, not too much, because you did very well with it, but she was, she came and she went. You feel me? That's kind of how I look at it. They kind of thought they could work a certain angle with her, and they were unable to do so. So, she's out of there. And then it was kind of like some shaming tactics going on. When she said she was done and all that kind of stuff. It's like, look, honey, nah. Like, she wasn't the one. I'm sorry. And yeah, she had, a track record that a lot of people, spoke to. And, that's the thing too, is like, these people try to sell themselves a certain way, but you have to take into consideration, what is it that you've done thus far with the power that you've had? What is it that you've done? And so when people look at a lot of the things that she's done, it's not a good look. So at the end of the day, Black people really was not feeling her like that. The Black woman angle never caught on. You had literal Black women, actual Black women, who were trying to sell her as a Black woman. You had these, different Democratic political pundits or whatnot, and, they're Black women and they're trying to tell you, oh, Kamala Harris, like, no. But in general, a lot of people never took to that. I think that, to be honest, I think that if she had a Black husband, she may have had more support from Black people. The fact that she had a white husband did not help her with Black people. I will say that it did not help her. The girls who swirl or pink pill, that's not enough. Okay, so at the end of the day, I think that's another thing that hurt her. In addition to, of course, her record, in addition to kind of like trying to repackage and resell Obama to Black people. Her having a white husband did not.
I forgot about that.
yeah, that did not, in the end, I think, end up benefiting her. Now I'm gonna go into the next story, and it's not really a I was trying to think of which one I want to do. Because this was a really sad situation, but I'll go ahead and talk about this story. This was a really sad one, and this was a big story this past year. We did do a show on this, and y'all know this is kind of related to another case in a way, not directly, but we're gonna get to that because I think that we're gonna get to that one. But I was gonna talk about thank you to people who send me Happy New Year. But so I wanted to talk about Atatiana Jefferson, and that was a really, really sad case that happened this past year where the young sister was in the house. I think it was 2:30 or something like that in the morning. She's playing video games with her nephew, and the police are called there, because I guess earlier in the day or whatever time, one of her neighbors had called and reported like, hey, can y'all do a welfare check, because he said the door was open or something, or he hadn't seen her, or whatever the case was. And so Fort Worth police went out, and they did not, identify themselves. They did not let their presence be known or whatnot. And they started looking into her windows, and somebody, I think, said they saw a gun or whatever the case was, because there's some murky parts in there. And whatever the case, she ended up being shot and killed by a Fort Worth police officer. So this was right after another big case that we're going to get to, which I think was really one of the biggest, besides Trump, which we'll get to that as well. But this other case was, I think, one of the biggest, or the second biggest stories of the year. So I want to give a little bit of an update. This came out December 20th. This is from CNN. Former Fort Worth officer indicted in Atatiana Jefferson's shooting death. A grand jury has indicted a former Fort Worth police officer who 2 months ago fired through the window of a home, killing Atatiana Jefferson. Early on October 12th, Jefferson, 28, was playing video games with her nephew when Officer Aaron Dean and another officer arrived at her home. A concerned neighbor had called the non-emergency police number after noticing the home's exterior doors were open at a late hour. As officers walked around the house in the dark, Jefferson heard a noise in the backyard, pulled out a gun from her purse. I still don't know that I believe that, and pointed it at the window, police said. Dean yelled, put your hands up. Show me your hands, before he fired through the window, killing her body. Camera footage showed. Neither of the officers identified themselves as police. Her attorney, which is that married guy, attorney Esley Merritt, who represents the Jefferson family, tweeted, Atatiana's family is relieved, but remain cautious that a conviction and appropriate sentence is still a long way away. Keep pushing. So I just wanted to update that. Dean, 34, resigned from the force and was charged with murder, the charge on which he was indicted. So that's kind of basically where the case is at right now. And that's the whole thing. Like, we don't know what all's going to come about during this court case, during the hearing. We don't know what the sentencing will be. It's a lot of other elements to this story. I also believe that her father passed away, and I know her father had been outspoken in saying, like, no, he wasn't about no damn apologies type of thing. Like, he was about justice. And I believe her father also passed away, so rest in Black power to him as well. So yeah, this was just a really sad story from this past year, and it's just one I think that resonates with a lot of us. I know I have my nieces with me, staying with me from time to time. And, just thinking about something like that, it does make you feel, for me, it is an emotional thing because, and for her nephew, I mean, can you imagine, you witness something like that. Here you are playing video games with your aunt and now she's dead, so that's a lot to deal with. And it was just an awful, terrible story. I wish her family the best. I send them love. I hope that justice is served in this case, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But Psycho, you want to say something on that?
Yeah, this is just one of the crazy stories that happened with police this year. Lady got. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think this did happen first. This happened before the other case, right? That we're about to get into after this. But I believe I can't remember which one happened.
No,
first.
It happened after.
This happened after. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This happened after. And it was crazy. We actually got to see the body cam footage of this, and the guy clearly knee-jerk reaction. But this is what happens. I believe somebody had called. Did somebody call them? Did you mention whether or not somebody called the police when they got there?
Yeah, you must have been doing. Yeah,
I'm over here. Yeah,
I ran all that down. Yeah,
I'm multitasking. Okay, that's what I was at. Yeah, I'm trying to remember that case off the top of my head. I heard some of it, but I was multitasking. Yeah, somebody called them, and then they came, and knee-jerk reaction, started shooting up in people's houses. Didn't even announce that they was there. Which is another problem. When you come in and you supposedly just doing a random checkup on somebody, you're not supposed to be coming out with guns out, ready to start popping motherfuckers. You're supposed to go to the door and announce you're there, and see what happens, and then handle things accordingly. But they went there they went there like they knew it was some bullshit going on up in there, instead of going there with the intention of checking on somebody. And that's how that shit ended up happening. But that's because, again, these motherfuckers in a black neighborhood, everything else, they expecting the worst. So they go in there, thinking motherfuckers gonna be popping motherfuckers, and they just they jumpy. Got these jumpy ass police officers roaming our fucking neighborhood. Again, I said it once, I say it 1,000 times. They say they here to protect and serve. They are here to patrol and control, and that's what they're going to do. And they're going to approach every situation just like that. That's why these motherfuckers really don't need to be in our communities. And I can't, like, the black ones ain't much better. This ain't me caping for the black cops. The black cops ain't much better, but I definitely prefer a black cop over a white cop, because these white cops, these motherfuckers are scared, man. They scary ass Negroes. Wegroes. It's scary ass Wegroes, and they that's what they're gonna do every time. In a certain situation, they're gonna panic and think their life's in danger, and they're gonna shoot first, ask questions later. That's what they're gonna do. Black cops, they liable to hit you with some bullshit. They ain't second, third. Black cops are less likely to shoot you, more likely to probably lock you up, more likely to probably hit you with some bullshit, beat your ass or some shit, talk shit to you. They more likely to do all that to you, but they less likely to actually shoot you. So, you pick your poison on that one. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you got anything else you want to say, Renee?
No, I was just agreeing with you.
All right, you can go ahead with the next one.
You next. I just did Atatiana Jefferson. You distracted.
Okay, I didn't even have that on.
Yeah, you distracted.
You threw me off because that ain't on here. Well, yeah. So I guess we could talk about the one that happened before that. Which is the Amber Guyger case, the infamous Amber Guyger case, where you have this white female officer from Texas, Fort Worth, I believe, go up to her house off duty, and somehow or another she allegedly accidentally gets off the wrong floor, goes into her apartment, sees a man standing there, black man, and then she commits to shooting him and kills him. Right? She calls 911. When she calls 911, she informs them that she's a police officer and she accidentally shot a man in his apartment. She thought it was her apartment. She sounded very fearful, but she didn't necessarily sound fearful for the guy's life who she just shot for no apparent reason. She was fearful that she was going to lose her job because she fucked up royally. And she was flustered, scared that she was going to lose her job. From what I found out later, she wasn't even originally in her police uniform. She got into her police uniform before the cops got there, and then the cops roll in. You see the body cam footage, and you see her in the house, flustered, said, "I thought it was my apartment. I thought it was my apartment," and everything else when the cops came inside the crib. And then, everybody was waiting for this case to come up. This case finally comes up. And this case was the biggest minstrel show you'll ever see in your freaking life. Oh, it was bad. Oh, between these tree-hugging, kumbaya-ass cooning family members of Bokum, what's his name again? Bokum, I remember his first name was Bokum.
Bokum Jean.
Bokum what?
Bokum Jean.
Bokum John. That's what
Bokum
it was. John.
Jean.
Yeah, he kept saying Jean. Yeah.
Okay,
John. Yeah. Bokum John. Yeah.
Okay.
That family is the biggest coons you'll ever see in your. It just became a straight minstrel show of motherfuckers sitting up here quoting Bible scriptures, talking very, a lot of that whole Christian babble of, vengeance is mine, said the Lord, forgiveness and, love and God is love and, all that rhetoric, that biblical rhetoric that's meant to disarm you, right? All that biblical rhetoric that's meant to, be the teacup stirring, put your ass right back to sleep, get you right back in fucking line. And it was this propaganda that was spewed on this national stage of how that Bible has completely warped our rational thinking. I mean, this shit was on full display for the world to see. If you ever do something fucked up to black people and you get caught red-handed doing this fucked up ass shit to black people, all you have to do is pander to the Bible and they will give you a pass. They will forgive you. They will hug you. They will, by the time everything's all said and done, they will not only forgive you, they will apologize to you for all the trauma that this situation has caused you. By the time everything's said and done, they will turn you into the victim. And this minstrel show was on full fucking display. Then you got a witness that comes up, testifies against Amber Guyger, and like a week later, after the decision, when it comes out that she's only doing 5 to 10 years, which everybody knows it's only going to be 5, that ended up being a shit show. But we can only thank Bokum's family for that, because his family being so forgiving, that made the jury take it light on him. Crazy. But then this witness that testified against Amber Guyger 1 week later, all of a sudden pops up dead. Pops up dead mysteriously. Mysteriously shot and killed by some out-of-towners who drove about 800 fucking miles to get some weed that these motherfuckers never even went back with. They went all the way up there, 800 something fucking miles to get some weed, and all they did was shoot, kill a motherfucker, and went back, no weed, no money, no nothing. And I'm supposed to believe this. But I digress. You know, I'm not the conspiracy theory dude, but I'm just saying. Some shit, you know, sometimes the round peg actually do fit in that round hole. Sometimes it does. Just saying. But anyways, I digress. Renee, what's good? You there?
Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, that whole thing to me, I think it was the biggest story, in my opinion, of this whole, of this whole year. In my opinion, it was, you know, besides Trump, you know, which we're going to get to, that damn clown. But besides that, as far as like a really big story that was important, that was meaningful, that all of us should have been paying attention to, in that respect, I think this was like the biggest story of this year, in that respect. Now I do want to give an update. I don't know if Psycho knew or whatnot, but I do want to give an update to the case. Let me tell y'all what happened. What had happened. All right. So Dallas police will not be held accountable for Amber Guyger murdering Botham Jean while in uniform. A federal judge has ruled that the city of Dallas is not liable for Amber Guyger shooting Botham Jean while in his own apartment in 2018. According to the New York Times, U.S. District Attorney Judge Barbara Lynn dismissed the Texas city from a civil lawsuit on Monday, December 23rd, that Botham Jean's family filed after the 26-year-old was killed by Amber Guyger. Guyger was determined as the sole defendant as a result of the suit, which argues she used excessive force and that better police training could have prevented Jean's death. A large financial settlement coming from the case is now unlikely. In her ruling, Lynn wrote, She was upholding a magistrate judge's decision and dismissed the city from liability because the suit brought failed to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. We know back in October, Guyger was found guilty and convicted of murdering Batum Jean. She faced up to 99 years in prison. She only received a sentence of 10 years. So, that's a very sad update, but one that's predictable. Now you got to think about it. Like if the family is not in a age, the family isn't pushing back, then what do you think they're going to do? So we know we had a situation where his brother got up there begging to hug her. Please, please. We know the situation where the judge, Tammy Kemp, is coming over there with a damn Bible and all of this kind of stuff and hugging her. When you know damn well that is not your proper protocol for nobody else, especially if it's a Black person. But you had all of this go on and the family seemed, kind of subdued about it. And, the brother, he received some kind of award or medal. Well, that's what you receive now. That's what you get from the death of your brother innocently in his own damn home. And this woman is employed as a Dallas police officer. She was using her supposed skills being an officer. She ran back or whatever she did and put on her uniform. And you mean to tell me, and Dallas PD was paying for the whatever police fund thing they have was paying for her damn legal counsel? And you mean to tell me they not liable in any way in this? That they should be paying in any way in this? That's what you're telling me? But at the end of the day, the family was all about forgiveness, right? So Dallas is saying, well, you forgave us, right? We gave your son a medal and all of this kind of stuff. And, we're holding hands now. We're trying to heal wounds. We ain't got to give you no damn money. We ain't got to do nothing. And that's exactly what you see happening as a result of that. Also, in my opinion, it is the Lee Merritt and all of that kind of stuff. Like, it's just so much nonsense, so much BS surrounding that whole entire situation. It was just a cluster F, if there ever was one. From the fact that this woman could walk up in somebody's house, not her own, in somebody else's home and kill them cold. And they sit up and tell her, you get 10 years in prison, which we all know she's going to do 5 at the most. At the most. She will still be able to get out and live her life. She's still going to be able to have money and all of the above. I already predicted what she going to do. She either going to go on the damn church circuit, be a speaker, she going to write a book, she going to do whatever. She's going to be good. But this man is gone and never coming back. And you mean to tell me Dallas PD ain't got to break no bread? They ain't got to give not $1. They ain't got to where, you make it hurt. Financially, we ain't even getting that. And when I say we, I mean in aspects of his family, because we ain't getting that, but they ain't getting that. And it's kind of interesting because if you all are so much about forgiveness, then why did you file the case anyway? The brother got up on the damn stand and said, I forgive you. So if you forgive her and everything, then all is well, right? Y'all shouldn't be putting no lawsuit forward. And his daddy got up there and talking about he wanted to be friends with Amber Guyger. He actually got on the stand and said that. His Batum Jean's father said that. Go look it up. I think his mom was the only one that had a little bit of more fire in her, but even in that, it seems she was easily subdued. So what's to be expected? Then they sitting up talking about, oh, she was, you had the black woman who was the damn, the officer in the courtroom talking about she was checking her hair for contraband. She's sitting up here stroking this woman's hair. Complete bullshit. And now they ain't even got to give one red cent. Then you had the whole part of it, you know, as far as with the Joshua Brown situation. And not too long ago, probably like a month or so, or maybe less than that, I looked up an update on the case about Joshua Brown, whom, you know, like Psycho was talking, he was the witness. He was one of the only that came forward that he overheard everything that took place. And, you know, he had already made it clear that he had fear for his life and everything. And so he did come forward. And what happened within, was it like a week or so? He was gunned down. Now, this dude is on a major case that's picked up nationally now. And he out here selling weed like that. I mean, pounds of weed. And he's just going to do a drug deal in a parking lot with some dudes who drove up from Louisiana, who drove up from Louisiana. And you mean to tell me, what did they get in the, like, that was never explained of what happened. But let me tell y'all, if y'all go and try to look up updates on the case, let me tell you what you're gonna find. Nothing. You're not gonna see no pictures of the dudes that, like, recent pictures, I'm talking about where they were captured. The pictures they used were supposedly these guys' last, not their last, but previous mugshots. So you're not gonna see no mugshots of them being picked up on this case, because supposedly one of the guys is still out somewhere. They can't find them. Okay, one of them supposedly got shot. And that's why one of the reasons this whole thing unraveled or something, because they supposedly dropped him off at a hospital. And then the other dude they found or whatever, supposedly, right? But there are no pictures, none. Ain't no pictures of them, no mug shots of them from Dallas PD. It ain't no video of them in the courtroom. It ain't not a damn trace of nothing. Nothing, literally. It literally says something about they were indicted or something like that. And it said there was no, what did it say? It said there was no further information that could be found. Like, it literally was nothing. They had nothing. So that's very funny to me that supposedly this drug deal went down. Any other drug deal supposedly that goes bad, y'all got everybody's mugshots. Soon as they'll have video of them getting them out of the paddy wagon thing or whatever. They'll have video of that stuff. They'll have when they get arraigned in court, because that's such a big case. This was such a big case because that happened right, you know, after he testified and all that. And so it carried a lot of weight with it. And you mean to tell me ain't no, in this day and age where everything's recorded, everything got a picture, a video, or something, there's nothing on none of this, ain't nothing to be found.
Street cameras everywhere.
Ain't nothing to be found. Look high and low. There's nothing else to be found. We don't even know if these dudes even existed. We don't know if they existed. That whole thing could have been fabricated. How would we know?
And I'm sorry.
We don't know that these were real people. And I'm not like Psycho said, I'm not no conspiracy theory, like tinfoil hat. But I'm saying I looked into it and there's nothing. Why? Why is that?
Right. And I'm sorry. I don't know no motherfuckers who's selling pounds of anything that's willing to go to court and take the stand for somebody that XYZ. They don't want to be within 5 miles of a fucking court. These motherfuckers is not trying to step up in. I don't care. Like, if the motherfuckers was there when this shit happened, everything else, the motherfuckers have been like, if they sold pounds of something, I don't give a fuck what it is, they selling pounds of shit, they'd be like, man, that's fucked up that cop shot that dude. I ain't going to testify though.
Exactly.
I ain't coming up to go up in there and testify. But
that's real though. Unfortunately, but that's real.
The motherfuckers ain't going up in there, man. The motherfucker, I don't know too many motherfuckers who's going to do that shit and then turn around and go back to selling pounds 2 days later. Like that.
You know what I'm saying? And
you are public enemy number one to the police at that point.
Right.
You are public enemy number fucking. They are out to get you now, bro. You came at them, dog. You came at them. You trying to get one of their own. You think the motherfuckers? You think they just gonna let you slide?
That's the biggest game. Listen. When you do something to somebody in the gang, you ride on another gang or whatever. Guess what? It's gonna be retaliation, right? The police are the biggest gang there is. The biggest gang there is. And you went and told on one of theirs, they gonna retaliate. They gonna ride on your ass. So all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, this guy ends up dead in a weed deal. And then these dudes come from a whole other state. Like, I'm not saying that that's totally an impossibility. I mean, I'm not saying that. Is it impossible? No. Is it likely? No. No, it's not likely. That don't even make sense when you think about it. And on top of that, if he expressed, which we already know he had expressed, that he was in fear for his life. He was fearful about testifying, but he went forth with it and did it. He was fearful. He up there on the stand crying, feeling the type of way. Because he like, damn, I'm really putting myself out here. Okay? So you mean to tell me somebody who was already in fear of his life, we know reasons why, that he would then go back to doing something like that, so quick turnaround? Like, yeah, now I'm gonna go over here and sell these pounds of weed. I know these people is on the hunt for me, but I'm gonna just go out here and sell these pounds of weed. Knowing that they can entrap him in anything, knowing that they can set him up, knowing that they could possibly kill him because he was fearful for his life. He's just gonna carry on doing something like this. And then, ironically, what happens? He gets into a fight with guys coming to buy weed. What's the fight about? Either you buying it or you not.
Facts.
And who does weed sales in an open parking lot, whatever? Man, you drop the money here, drop the bag here, boom, 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 it's a wrap. Ain't all no talking and conversation and stuff like that. If somebody, use your brain, people. Use your brain. Like, who's gonna be selling weed doing that? You're probably not gonna be a successful weed man. If you just randomly out here going to get in arguments with people coming to buy weed from the whole other state.
That's another thing. These got to be the most incompetent stick-up kids I've ever heard in my fucking life. To ride 800 fucking miles to go just kill a motherfucker and come back with nothing. You ain't come back with the money or the fucking weed. You
in jail, supposedly.
Yeah, you just shot and killed, and one of you got shot.
Right, and the other one's on the run.
Right, so now these have got to be the most, and it was just the dude too. From my knowledge, it was just the dude. It ain't like it was the dude and he came with like two of his boys. No, to my knowledge, it was just this guy, and it was multiple other guys. But exactly. It's like I said, these guys are incompetent or this shit didn't happen. They either incompetent or it didn't happen. I'll let y'all figure out which one it is.
Yeah, that was just, man, that was dumb as hell. Like, who concocted that? But see, the thing about it is, if you do want to go to like a conspiracy theory type of thing, or not even conspiracy theory, but just speculation or just putting some of the pieces together that may seem interesting, because look at it. What they started putting up after he was testified and stuff, they were putting up pictures like that had been on his social media where he had weed. You know what I'm saying? They was putting up pictures of him with weed, and he had a huge, like, I guess they call a bud or whatever, of weed, and you know, he was on there smoking and different things like that. So I think that because that was something that could, you know what I'm saying, they kind of try to make it seem plausible. Like, well, look at how much weed he had. He had this huge bud, He sells weed, you know what I'm saying? And this could have been a weed deal gone bad.
Right.
And like I said, at the end of the day, how would we ever know? Think about it. How would we ever know that it happened?
Yeah. And Muchacha reminded me, that's very correct, Muchacha. They're coming from where they was coming from, which was down there by Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge is way closer to fucking Houston. Houston is a bigger city. Houston is a bigger city than Dallas.
Right.
Dallas does not have better weed prices than Houston. Trust me, I know. I was down both of those motherfuckers, and I tell you, Houston weed price is a whole lot better. So they did not go to the biggest city in Texas. They avoided that city. They got way better weed prices to go all the way up to motherfucking North Texas and go to fucking Dallas Fort Worth to go rob a motherfucker. It just didn't.
Wait.
Story makes no sense.
And then you're gonna go rob a dude who currently was a witness on a major national case against a police officer. Exactly. This is who you're gonna go rob. Okay, he testified against a police officer. This was not just a local case. This case became known nationwide. This became a national case. Just like, when you look at some of the situations that happened back in 2014 and whatnot, and then situations of like Mike Brown and things like that. That happened in a particular spot, but it became a national case. So this was not, I will say, to that same level, but it was a big case. So you mean to tell me these dudes have no clue of who you buying some weed from, just this dude? But you traveling all this way to this dude, and this dude is a damn witness testifying on a major case against police. And this is, okay, this is who you gonna go rob, or this is who you gonna go buy weed from and then get in the argument with him and then shoot and kill him. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That's pretty practical. That's pretty reasonable. Like, come on, y'all.
There's too many red flags for me to believe that story. It's just too many red flags. It's too convenient for this to happen the way it happened and everything. It's just I'm just not buying it. I'm just not buying it. Not to mention Dallas PD got a long history of corruption. So I don't believe no stories that them motherfuckers are telling. None of it.
Yeah.
I don't believe shit they say. Them motherfuckers have been, they track record speaks for itself. Their credibility is shot. They are not to be trusted.
Yeah. I mean, ridiculous. But yeah, so we're going to get into this next story, family. And this right here, and I think it's two stories left. This one and the one I think that is the biggest story of the year. But so let's get into this whole cluster F that we have. This has been the biggest story of the year on our channel, besides us going in on the Amber Guyger thing case. But this has been the biggest story, and it's gone on all year long. It's been something every time you turn around, and that is the whole ADOS, FBA, Yvette and Tone, Tariq, Boyce Watkins, Michi X, even the old boy was in it, who did the interview on Breakfast Club, Byron Allen, who in the hell wasn't in it? Talib Kweli is like, all of these people were some way involved in this ADOS/FBA or whatever conversation this year. This was a huge story in the quote unquote Black conscious community, Black sector of YouTube, Black political sector, however you want to phrase it or whatnot. This was a big story in all types of different directions. Just to give a little bit into it, what I will say, I put in the little video clip that we have, is that you had the first ADOS conference this year. It was in this past October. And we know ADOS, if we're familiar at all with this channel, is descendants of slaves. It was basically coined by Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, aka Tone Talks. And we know that they have been, speaking on political issues now for a while. It had started off as a hashtag and it grew from there. A lot of people felt it had a lot of promise to ADOS. I definitely still think it definitely does. But there's been some hiccups. There's been some bumps in the road. Supposedly, the goal is, among other things, but the goal is reparations. This year, you had a whole reparations hearing that happened, honey, and you had people like Danny Glover in there. Okay, you had Ta-Nehisi Coates in there. You had this other clown, the Hispanic dude. We did a whole, we did a show dealing with him. And he went up there talking a bunch of bullshit. This is somebody who basically came out the woodwork, who they propped up and put up there in front of a mic to discuss reparations, okay, or the possibility of such or whatnot. And so it was so much that happened this year about that. It was so much, yet so little, if you want to be real about it. Because at the end of the day, we're kind of still, we're still in limbo in terms of a comprehensive plan to truly pursue reparations. There's been like a whole breakdown with a lot of things. So things kind of started out early with the Van Tone and a lot of other Black commentators, if you will, who are pretty well known. They were kind of quiet about it. Like the Jason Blacks and the Tariqs. They were talking about ADOS without necessarily saying ADOS, so to speak. People kind of knew, and it seemed that everybody was kind of on board with that mentality. With Black people who had been here, whose ancestors were enslaved on this land, who opened the door for a lot of Black foreign Blacks to come here and be able to do the things that they've done. So that kind of was like a understanding, it seemed at first, among the different platforms about that issue. But as things go along, as they do, you have social media, you have people said this, and some they said it like that. You got people then who want to do their own thing with a branch off of what somebody else may have established. You have egos, you have bitterness, you have rivalries, okay? So you got all of this other stuff popping off. Then let's not forget at the end of the thing, you got Dr. Claude Anderson, an 80-plus-year-old man, I think he's 85 years old, being thrown in the mix, okay? You had a little bit of everybody in this whole mix. Now, when we go back, we talked about, I think where we really honed in like on Talib Kweli. And at that time, and this shows you how quickly it can shift, at that time, if y'all remember when Talib Kweli was on that, and we got 5 minutes to listen to years here. So we're gonna have to probably continue this. But when Talib Kweli did an interview on Black, he was, basically saying that the ADOS movement is like a shield Trump and it's for Trump, it's all about Trump support and this, that, and the other. And, he took a lot of shots at ADOS. People were pushing for NCOBRA. Well, what about NCOBRA? They've been doing this. People were talking about HR 40 or whatever, the bill, and which is nothing but to explore the possibility of reparations. Like I said, you had that whole hearing happen. So it was so much stuff being thrown in the mix. You kind of are like, okay, what's really going on here? So as time went on, and as things do, you had Tariq began to do his thing of foundational Black Americans. Now, he had been using that terminology for quite a little while, but people thought he was kind of, still rocking with Tone and Yvette, and he wasn't disparaging about them initially. But whatever their issues, they fell out behind some Trump stuff. They fell out, I think, too, just behind some other ego stuff. I don't think they were still ever really cool like that per se. Then you had other people kind of stirring the pot. like the Dr. Boyce Watkins of the world, kind of stirring the pot, the Michi X's of the world. She then came in, going at Tariq when he announced his conference and how much money he was trying to raise and everything. Yvette, I think, eventually came out and said that she kind of was the one who helped kind of disrupt his initial campaign. I think that was on Kickstarter, and I think later was he on Indiegogo? I can't remember which of the two, but anyway. So then, so Rick was kind of switching up with some people. All year, ADOS has been under attack about foreign blacks, that, we despise them, we hate them, that the movement is really against them. Oh, we got 2 minutes. The movement is really against them. So we've had to fight off that stuff. So in the midst of all that, all these people start falling out. Then towards the end of the year, that's when you see Tariq really came out gunning. You know what I'm saying? He really came out gunning when he put the thumbnail up, and it's in the clip. Psycho probably about to play it here in a couple minutes when it's New Year. But he had the ADOS and crack down the middle, and that's BA, And he's stepping out, this is about what I'm doing now, and he started going at them. So it's just been a whole situation. Everybody's critical of everybody else. Let me pause because I'm gonna have to take my breaky break. Because it's about to be New Year's here, y'all. So we're gonna pick this up. Psycho, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You gotta get ready to count down in a second.
Yeah. This for all my it's all my Central Standard Time. My CST people, you feel me? And I got my Pookie Bear here. So, I gotta go holler at her.
Yeah, so go ahead, count down.
Oh, it is. It's here. It's here. Happy New Year.
I said count down. You so busy talking.
Psycho, it was odd when you said, okay, it's countdown. It's already midnight.
Okay. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. At the time, people all out in Texas, all my people out in Chicago, all my people out in Indiana, all my people out in who else? Shout out to Mississippi. Shout out to St. Louis, I believe is Central. Yeah, St. Louis.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody out in Central Time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to y'all. We gonna go ahead and take a little short break. Let Renee go. Happy New Year's to everybody there. We're gonna come right back. All right. Peace. We back, family. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure Renee's back yet. So I'm going to go ahead and touch on the story she was just talking about. You know what I mean? Happy New Year's out there again, all my Central Standard Time people. Oh, you back, Renee?
Oh, yeah, you go if you want to, or you want me to finish off and then...
Finish.
Okay. So, Happy New Year, everybody. Now I can say tomorrow is my birthday. Okay. So had that whole situation, the whole ADOS thing. And I think things started off good because if you notice, much earlier in the year, you had a lot of the political candidates, especially and particularly in the Democratic Party, they had to come out and talk about reparations. They had to at least acknowledge it. They had to have some kind of answer or response about it. And in my opinion, that is most definitely a direct result of ADOS. It is, to me, most definitely, because it's not been something that's really been on the table for a minute now. Even though people want to talk about it in Cobra and all of these other things, it wasn't until the ADOS hashtag start popping and, they got their website up and things of that nature that you've seen this become like more of a real issue that candidates had to speak to. So, we've talked about that as well in the last year, what different candidates had to say about reparations. So anyway, things, have busted open. It's a busted can of biscuits right now. And it's kind of like looking forward to 2020. It's kind of like, where will this thing go? Because we went from the dynamic of Talib Kweli saying this was like a shield for Trump and all of this kind of stuff, or whatever. This whole movement was for Trump, to get Trump reelected or in support of him. And then now, you have Tariq and others saying, this is to push Democrats, this is to push the Democratic candidates and blah, blah, blah. So it's like, well, which one is it? Like, what's really going on here? I think it was distasteful. And we talked about this. Psycho did on his Wake and Bake this past Saturday. He spoke on it. I had called in and spoke to it as far as what happened with Dr. Claude Anderson kind of being brought into it now. It was in bad taste of Yvette and Tone to kind of come after him because they felt like one of his answers may have been in reference to them, but he didn't call them out specifically or whatever. And he was, he spoke. And so then they kind of start throwing some of his business back out there. And, I'm not against, I don't know. I think that you have to choose your battles. That's the whole thing. You have to choose your battles and you don't have to say something about everything. But in this day and age with social media, these people can't just let nothing rock. So Yvette and Tone had to come out and say something. Then you had Jason Black. Now he got in the mix. He came back gunning for them. Tariq did his whole thing where they burdened Ernie and the musty dildo. I'm done. You feel me? Like, it has just been a hot mess. I'm hoping that y'all know what I say about hope. But anyway, I'm hoping that in 2020, that moving forward this year now, that we can have more clarity on these issues. We can have more clarity of who needs to be considered and who doesn't. Have more clarity in general, because we know this is now an election year. So it's very important that we pay attention. So the whole ADOS thing, that was the big story for, like I said, the Black sector per se, of YouTube, especially, dealing with politics. That was bigger than Trump's impeachment. You feel me? Because Trump's impeachment ain't gonna amount to nothing at the end of the day, in my opinion. But so I'll pass the mic to Psycho, because it's so much with that whole thing. But I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, the whole reparations conversation really gained a lot of steam this year. And again, love it or hate it, Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks is the reason why the reparations conversation is buzzing the way it is. You know, people like ourselves have always talked about reparations and the possibilities of it and how could it possibly get done. But on a mass scale, reparations was not being talked about. Now you see reparations being talked about in places like the Breakfast Club, which has a large following. You know, it has a large base, right? So when and you're starting to see it being talked about on MSNBC and CNN and stuff like that and everything else. And again, if without ADOS, I question if this reparations conversation would even be taken serious. It would still be kept amongst our little circles. You know, it's still been like suppressed there. But the ADOS hashtag really caught a buzz, and social media, which moves the needle nowadays. People sleep on the power of social media. People think, you know, you just on social media, you know, it really ain't about nothing. You know, it ain't like you on TV, ain't like you on this, that. Well, social media is the new TV. You know, online is the new TV. You know, I mean, a lot of people right now are watching YouTube instead of watching the ball drop. You know, like this is the new television. This is the new way of spreading messages. You know, like I said it before, the last two presidents that has been in office have won because of social media. Obama and Donald Trump, both of them have won social media during their runs, and that's how they ended up winning their office. This is not, politics is not nothing is ran the same anymore because of social media and online, period. You know, online has changed the world, how shit move. You know, so people always underestimate the power of social media, but again, ADOS and the power of social media, it would spread this conversation out, and now the conversation is being forced to be had now. Now people need to address this as something that's possibly serious. You know, people will start, the dominant society is seeing now that black people are starting to come together, and this ain't going anywhere. We might have to address this. So now more than any time, we do not need to be at each other's throats, right? We need to keep our eyes on the prize. We need to stay focused on what the goal is. Don't get trapped or caught up in the ego thing. Don't get trapped up don't get caught up in power tripping. Don't get caught up in any like let all the BS go. All the past risks. If motherfuckers don't really feel motherfuckers and don't really like how they moving, don't really agree with the direction that they're taking their movement to get reparations, that's cool. You don't have to be a part of it. But what we should all be is on code and not knock each other. That's how I feel. I feel like we should all be on code, and I don't feel like nobody's on code right now. I feel like nobody's on code. Everybody is off code, and that's not good for the reparations movement. If you're a part of if you're part of the reparations movement, which is bigger than just ADOS, the reparations movement is not just ADOS. The reparations movement is the movement to try to actively get reparations handed down. Whatever organization you're a part of, whatever hashtag you're a part of, if that is your goal for your movement, then you are also a part of the reparations movement by and large. And what we should do is get on code and not knock each other. That's how I feel about that whole situation. I'll go ahead and pass the mic, Renee.
Yeah, so that was the big thing that happened with the Black Power. Every year is in the whole, and I don't even really know what to term it because everybody got their own little terms, and then some people don't like this term or that term. But if you want to say the online Black Power community, the online quote unquote conscious community, the online unconscious community, the online B1 community, the online however, okay? Because now you got Black people that ain't Black, they abo. You got Black people that's, I'm not Black, I'm melanated. I don't know, honey. So y'all know who I'm talking about, okay? So in this online sector, that was the big thing. But yeah, I think we got one more story that was like the big story of the year. Psycho, it's your turn. You want to go ahead and do it?
Let me see. What was the story? I'm trying to find out what the story was.
I'll do it. So I think the biggest, or what's being said to be the biggest story of the year is Trump's impeachment. Okay. That was the big story overall of the year. Like I said, in my opinion, I don't really see much is going to come from it. But let me give y'all a real quick little simple breakdown. Okay. All right. So, U.S. President Donald Trump has been impeached and now faces the next stage of a process that could, with enough support in Congress, see him removed from office. Do I think that's going to happen? No, I don't. But, that's my own opinion. Okay. It all centers on whether or not he improperly sought help from Ukraine to boost his chances of re-election in 2020. Mr. Trump became only the third president in U.S. history to be impeached after 2 votes in the Democratic Party-controlled House of Representatives, but more on what that means below. President Trump, who is a Republican, strongly denies any wrongdoing. What is he accused of doing? He's accused of pressuring Ukraine to dig up damaging information on one of his main Democratic challengers for the presidency in 2020, Joe Biden and his son Hunter. Hunter worked for a Ukrainian company when Joe Biden was U.S. Vice President. The president is accused of dangling 2 things as bargaining chips to Ukraine: withholding $400 million of military aid to Ukraine that had already been allocated by Congress in a White House meeting for Ukraine's president. See, that's when you get into that whole abuses of power. Wow, that's major. But we'll see. Okay, this Democrats say, of course, amounts to an abuse of presidential power, using the office for personal political gain and to the detriment of national security. Ukraine was using that money in its ongoing conflict with Russia. Mr. Trump is also accused of obstructing Congress by refusing to cooperate with the congressional inquiry. All right, what evidence is against Trump? A formal complaint from a whistleblower, an unnamed intelligence official who wrote a letter expressing concern about Mr. Trump's July 25th call with President Volodymyr Zelensky kicked off the impeachment process in early September. A rough transcript of the call revealed that Mr. Trump had urged President Zelensky to investigate discredited allegations against Joe and Hunter Biden. All right. The call came shortly after Mr. Trump had blocked the release of millions of dollars in U.S. military aid to Ukraine. A senior official later testified that the president made clear the release of the aid was conditional on Mr. Biden being investigated, but the White House denies this. Okay. In a series of public hearings, a procession of U.S. officials have testified that there was a White House shadow foreign policy led by the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. Its aim was to get Ukraine to open an investigation into the Bidens and declare as much publicly. All right. Now, he claims to have a defense, such as, first of all, he denies it. Like, he does everything. He kills me with that. He acts like just because he denies something, that means that he's telling the truth. And he's called it a witch hunt, Democrats. He says that Ukraine's president said he felt no pressure. Okay, he says the Ukrainians were unaware the aid was held back and the U.S. military aid was eventually released. Those are supposed to be his defense in 3 parts. Okay. Let's see, what else? All right. So the process, of course, happens in 2 stages. The first stage is done now. 2 articles of impeachment, which are charges, brought to the House of Representatives and passed in a vote along party lines. Next, the process heads to the Senate, where a trial will be held in January. Okay. After the trial, senators vote on whether to convict the president. If it's less than 2/3 of the Senate vote to convict, Trump remains in office. Okay. Now, if 2/3, 67% of the Senate vote to convict, Trump is removed from office and vice president takes over. All right. So that's pretty much that. Other U.S. presidents that have been impeached, we know Bill Clinton found himself impeached on the grounds of perjury and obstruction of justice after he lied about the nature of his affair with Monica Lewinsky, and then allegedly asked her to lie about it as well. But when the trial reached the Senate in 1999, the vote for a conviction failed to get close to the 2/3 backing that was required. Again, who will replace Trump? The line of succession for the U.S. government, as established by the Presidential Succession Act of 1947, will mean Vice President Mike Pence will move into the Oval Office. So, long story short, Trump was up here having abuses of power, allegedly, all right? And, is dealing with the Ukraine, doing this to try to secure his 2020 re-election. I guess, of course, he sees that Biden, he thinks, will be the presidential candidate. And so he wanted to get as much dirt on him as he could to, of course, hopefully prevent more people from voting for him or whatnot. I mean, if you know anything about his first election, you know how he used and manipulated data and all of those kinds of things. So this is not far-fetched for him at all. So we will see what the Senate will decide to do on this case in January. I personally am not very hopeful about it. I'm just kind of like, we'll see what happens type of thing. But it's very clear. You already have Republicans like Lindsey Graham and these different people who basically said no matter what, they're not going to vote against Trump. Okay? So you already know what it is. They're already letting you know. So what if he abused his power? He's a Republican. He gonna stay where he at. He gonna stay in office. So anywho, that's that on that. And that was by dang near all news outlets reported as the single biggest story of 2019.
Yeah.
And did you check your text? I don't know if
yeah.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah. This whole thing, I ain't really putting too much weight in it. You said it earlier. We talked about this. I think this is a bust to do about nothing. I really do. I don't think he's going to get removed out of office. I think this is just, I'm surprised it took this long. Y'all literally waited until the election year. Now we're in 2020. So if he does get impeached, then is going to, it's going to happen with months away from him running again. So, they're going to, and like I said, he's not going to get removed. This ain't the first time this process went down. I ran this down before. Andrew Jackson got impeached and didn't get removed out of office. Richard Nixon was going to get impeached. He resigned. Bill Clinton got impeached, didn't get removed from office. And now we got Donald Trump, and he's not going to get removed from office. This is all BS. This is just the Democrats are trying to smear him. The reason why they didn't give up on this and they want to keep on pushing on this because they want to smear him for the next campaign. They can lean on the fact that, of all this Russia connections and everything else, right? But what I think is going to happen is, I said this before, I'm going to say it again, I think what they're doing is turning him into a moderate, right? Because these Trump supporters, these little trumpets, these motherfuckers who be running around here going ham about Trump, these little MAGA hat wearing ass motherfuckers and wearing that ugly ass hat all over the fucking place in full support of this motherfucker, like they idolize this motherfucker, right? Like this motherfucker can't do no wrong to them. You think they been knew that this motherfucker had Russian connections and he didn't use Russia to get his ass in office? They didn't care then and they don't care now. As a matter of fact, they deem this as an attack on Donald Trump. They gonna turn him into a fucking victim like he always does. But Donald Trump is the quintessential fucking narcissist, right? That motherfucker is a grade A narcissist, right? And his trumpets are all his flying monkeys. And every time motherfuckers call Trump out on his bullshit, here come the flying monkeys to defend him. And he's gonna play up the victim card. They fucking with me. My little trumpets, they fucking with me. You know what I'm saying? They won't leave me alone. They hitting me with all this fake news.
Tammy, they keep fucking with me.
Yeah, they keep fucking with me. Yeah, Tammy's another narcissist, but it's the same shit though. They're always the victim, right? Always the fucking victim. No accountability, always the victim. And that's what he does. They fake news. They attacking me with fake news and all this other shit. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here. The hell is you talking about? They attacking me again. It's the leftist liberals. They want to do this, that, and third. It's Hillary Clinton. She's still mad about the emails. They Trump triggered. The media got everybody Trump triggered. They this, they that. This motherfucker's the biggest fucking victim you'll ever fucking see. Like, how the fuck could a motherfucker who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth go bankrupt multiple times, still keep his status, his social status, get motherfucking TV shows, become a reality TV star, own hotels, all types of property, then become the United States, president of the United States of fucking America, 3Ks, and somehow or another, you still can manage to somehow be a victim. Somehow or another, you can still somehow do some mental gymnastics to make yourself the fucking victim. Only a narcissist has these type of abilities, these type of special powers. Like it's insane. But at the end of the day, none of it matters. Because again, he got too many flying monkeys. And this is gonna mean nothing at the end of the day. It's gonna be all for naught. This is just a big song and dance, a big shit show, just like the Bill Clinton, I nutted on her fucking dress and not in her mouth bullshit. Like it's just a shit show. Nothing's gonna come of it besides smearing his motherfucking name, which doesn't matter because he's still going to get another 4 years, so it's all irrelevant. So I don't know. That's why I ain't put too much weight into this impeachment shit, because I see what this shit is all about. And at the end of the day, it really ain't about nothing. You know, it's a political tactic that's going to probably fail. That's more than likely going to fail. And that's just the way I see it. You there, Renee?
Yep, I'm here. So yeah, that was all the major stories that we had.
Mm-hmm. And then you had some other things you wanted to touch on too, right? You wanted to run through.
It was we was just going. Well, I was just going to mention very, very briefly just some big social media stories. These are things we talked about this year also. But you know, they weren't like major, you know, make or break things, but you know, they was on some BS. One of the things was that whole cucumber, whatever challenge BS that was going on for a hot second. That really was a non-factor, but again, through social media, it was kind of blown up to be bigger than what it actually was, I think. But you had some heifers out here doing that. Another one, a story we touched on, Steph Curry, his wife Aisha Curry, when she basically went on Red Table Talks with Jada Pinkett. With Jada Pinkett, you know, she had some interviews this year because I think she had Jordan Woods. I think that was this year. She had Aisha Curry. She had T.I., which I'm gonna mention in a second. But she had Aisha Curry on there, and she ended up saying, you know, she wanted to get attention from men too. You know, speaking in reference to her husband gets a lot of attention from women, and you know, he's pretty much the focus of everything. And you know, I think she's a mom and whatever else, and she feels like she wants to get attention from men too. That story blew up. Psycho went crazy behind it. A lot of guys was very, you know, they felt away, especially ones that had previously praised her. You had the T.I. Hyman situation where he said that, you know, about getting his daughter's hymen checked, and, you know, that's something he did yearly. And, you know, he wanted to do that in terms of making sure that she was a virgin and all that kind of thing. So that was a big social media story. It was a big, you know, backlash from that. You had Tank, where he talked about a man sucking 2 Ds, but he ain't gay. Like that whole thing, he used a really bad analogy, and I'm still questionable about that whole thing, especially with his track record and him performing at a thing, and he had his shirt off, touching on himself for all of these gay men. So that was a big thing. Oh, and this was one of the most ridiculous moments of fuckery this past year, was the whole Malik Yoba thing. Honey, and his tour he went on to promote being trans attracted, and these trans are like real women or whatever his whole thing was. He went on the Breakfast Club. That was some bullshit. That was the show they had the most dislikes, period. Like that show was bombed with dislikes. So it's at least we know some people out here still got their wits about them. But so that was a big story this year. And yeah, that's my social media stories. Psycho, do you have some?
Not really. Not off the top of my head. Did you cover Curry? Steph Curry. Steph Curry was in the news a couple of times. One time was because of the colorism in sports thing. I remember that became a big deal. He was talking about how light-skinned athletes get treated different and everything else in sports opposed to darker-skinned athletes, and that became a talking point. And then he had that whole mess with his wife who sat up there and said, you know, she was seeking all this male attention and male validation and everything else.
I already covered that. I thought we were just going very briefly.
Yeah, and I was.
What you said?
Huh?
Is that what you said?
What do you mean?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know what you just said right there, but yeah, then you know, Renee be caping for this girl. Every time I mention this girl, she starts. See how y'all see how Renee just ran interference, right? Just threw me off track. I was about to, all I did was mention this girl, and Renee dove right in with the cape and stuff. Renee be caping for this chick. I don't know why, but Renee always caping for this chick. But yeah, you know, she sat there and said she wanted male validation and everything else, and you know that, that's questionable all itself. I did a whole stream about that. You want to go listen? Go listen. Steph, if I was you, get out of here. Let's see, was it something else in social media? I know I'm forgetting some things. I feel like Uncle Murders now wrap up. I'm forgetting some shit. But nah, I can't think of too much else more. You mentioned some of the other stuff I was gonna mention already, so nah. Renee?
No. First of all, no, I did not be caping for her. I don't even like her. That's number one. Number two, no, I said that because remember what you were saying last night, talking about, we ain't gonna have time. Well, you know how you do, and about me saying, remember I was like, well, we can breeze through some of these things. I said it can be a social media thing. So yeah, but you brought it back up. I had already mentioned that. I
didn't, Renee, you asked me something I wanted to talk about, so I just, okay, go ahead, Renee.
Man, if y'all only knew. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's all good. Just notice that I already mentioned that story, and he brought it back up. But anyway, yes, honey, he went through the roof, okay? So, yes, go to the archives. Honey, if y'all missed that show, Psycho was going ham. Like a lot of the women, we was like, man, because he was like, I would divorce her immediately. Like he went crazy, y'all. So that is a pet peeve. Like that's a story that really, you know, it really burns his biscuits. Okay, so yeah. Go check that out in the archives if y'all didn't hear that episode.
Two stories that worked me up the most. I think that's why Renee wanted to say it earlier, because she didn't want me to get into it. Was the Curry situation and that T.I. situation. Both of those situations had me a little worked up.
But yeah, is it anything you wanted to get to? Because I need to. You want to go ahead and see if anybody want to come up?
Yeah, I'll drop the link, see if anybody want to come up.
Yeah, I need a few minutes.
Yeah,
I got my niece here
and everything. The link's out there, family. If anybody want to come up, now's a good time. If you want to come up, you know what I mean? Y'all want to hang out for a little bit. You know what I mean? Chop it up, talk about any of the stories, any of the stuff that happened this year. You know, we might have missed something. We missed anything in the wrap up, come up and chime in. You know, we can chop it up about that. The link's in the chat. Let me know what's good out there, family. You know what I'm saying? A lot of shit happened this year. We tried to cover as much as possible. You know, is it possible to get thing? But you know, we tried to get as much stuff as we can remember. Oh, we didn't even do the rest in pieces. That's what we forgot to do. Messing around with Renee, I forgot all about that. All right? You know what I'm saying? But yes, we have to give rest in peace to Nipsey Hussle. You know what I mean? Shout out to him. You know, Nipsey. We all know what happened with Nipsey. You know, got killed in front of a police strip mall and everything that he was actually fixing up and everything else for the community and all that, and got caught in a bad situation. Some dude, not too sure exactly why, but you know, ran down and they got into some words, and he got a gun, came back and started shooting. yeah, it's just a sad situation. We lost a good brother this year with in Nipsey. Let's see. Give a rest in peace to Toni Morrison. You know, we gotta give a rest in peace out there to John Witherspoon. You know, Pops. You know, famous character in multiple movies. Most of the time playing the father role. You know, he played, Boomerang. You know, Hollywood Shuffle. You know, played in the Wayans Brothers. You know, played in Friday. You know, he had some iconic roles. You know, he always played the father or the uncle or just the neighborhood drunk. You know what I'm saying? But he very likable dude. You know, brilliant actor and comedian. And, you know, he will be missed. He will be missed. We also want to give a rest in peace out there to John Singleton, you know, the director, you know, who his death was probably more surprising. Nipsey's and his death was probably the two surprising deaths that we had this year because, you know, Nipsey was real young, but John Singleton still, you know, he wasn't up there. You know, it was kind of like caught off guard. You know, you thought you still had some years left with John. But, you know, John Singleton got a lot of movies that was brilliant movies. You know, he had, his most famous ones being probably Boys in the Hood. You know, that's the one that really was his claim to fame. And, you know, he had a few others that was very well done. Me personally, Higher Learning is very, very up there as far as John Singleton movies for me. I thought that was an excellent movie and it kind of captured the times. But yeah, rest in peace to him. See, Diana Carroll died, you know, actress, singer, and performer, and notorious swirler. So we ain't gonna give her too much attention, but we're gonna give her a rest in peace. Also gotta give a rest in peace out there to Sweet Pea. Rest in peace to Sweet Pea, Parnell Whitaker. We lost Parnell Whitaker this year. Last year, I should say now, depending on which time zone you in. But we lost Parnell Whitaker in 2019. Great boxer, very underrated boxer. One of the greats of all time. And I have argued with motherfuckers about Parnell Whitaker that if Parnell Whitaker was boxing over the last 10 years, he would have beat Floyd probably twice. Because they would have fought more than once and Parnell Whitaker would have beat him both times. Yes, Parnell Whitaker was that dude. Sweet Pea in his prime will beat Floyd Mayweather in his prime. Floyd Mayweather just fought a bunch of bums, and Parnell Whitaker had a whole lot more competition and didn't run for fights either. Parnell Whitaker also didn't run for fights like Floyd used to do. But anyways, I digress. Rest in peace to Parnell Whitaker. And we got to give also a rest in peace. We're going to keep it on sports and give another rest in peace to Frank Robinson. Frank Robinson. Hall of Fame first baseman for the Baltimore Orioles, right? That's what he's most famous for. But while Frank Robinson is also known for, and what he should be most known for in the black community, is Frank Robinson was the first black baseball manager in Major League Baseball. The very first black manager was Frank Robinson, right? Also was a Hall of Fame player, played most of his years with the Orioles. And yeah, shout out to him, rest in peace, you know what I'm saying? And and most recently, we also lost Papa Wu. Big rest in peace to Papa Wu. I gave a story about Papa Wu, how I used to see him all the time. He used to come to my neighborhood all the time. He used to mess with this girl out here, and he actually was trying to sign me at one point in time. Believe it or not, this is after the Wu's prime though. This was like we talking like early 2000s, like 2000, 2001. But he was interested in getting me up in the studio and working with me. But again, I said I gave this whole story, but it was so much going on with the Wu at the time. I didn't want to get caught up in that, being mixed up and being like, just caught up in the mix and just getting lost within the Wu, because I would probably got swallowed up and never heard from, so I ain't really want to get put in that situation. But he's a good dude though. He's a good dude, and obviously he recognizes talent. So I gotta shout him out. Know what I'm saying? Shout out to Papa Wu, rest in peace to him. Know what I'm saying? And yeah, rest in peace to everybody that, let's see. Oh, wait, we got Knowledge up in here. Let's see, shout out to Knowledge. What's going on, Knowledge? How are you? Knowledge, you there?
Black Power, can you hear me?
Yeah, Black Power, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, man. Happy 2020 to everybody, man.
All right.
Psycho, Renee, my real fam. Hey, this time last year, we was doing the same thing.
Yep.
I brought the New Year in with y'all. I just was talking about it earlier. It's right here. Me, you, Swab, Sister Renee, and all of the warriors. Man, happy Born Day salute to our ancestor, Robert John Henry Clark, Dr. John Henry Clark. And today, yesterday, we just came from Dr. Ben's celebration. Is what? Sister Renee Day and Dr. Francis Crutchwell since Trinity. We accompanied these days. And it's the last day of Kwanzaa. Right here, Emmanuel. And we're dealing with the faithful. And we only got the faithful few on, you know what I'm saying? And they know. Bringing in 2020 and with the Warriors unapologetic. Yeah, that was an epic story you just gave about Papa Wu, man. He was close to my heart as well. You know what I'm saying? We had him. He lived in his heart. He lived in his heart. He was passionate about what he was passionate. You understand what I'm saying? So he got some stuff. Correct.
Yeah, he was a good dude, man. He was a good dude. He used to come through every time he saw us or whatever. He used to pull me to the side like, "Yo, can't call and everything else," because he saw me out there wilding one day and everything else, and ever since then he was like on me. But yeah, good dude though. Good dude.
All day.
Yeah, he used to come around all day.
Peace, Knowledge.
Peace, Sister Renee. What's going on with you?
Oh man, not too much. Just trying to multitask. Cause I got my niece here, so she's, I've been dealing with her and whatnot.
I was out there shooting them pistols up in the air for New Year's Eve. 2020. I was out there shooting.
Huh?
I was out there shooting them pistols.
The other people was, yeah, not me. But yeah, you know how it go.
Y'all
hey,
in the Midwest.
Everybody in the building, though. Vonda, what's good, sis? Dina, how you doing? I know we had shouted everybody out earlier, but some more people that rolled through.
Robert Mugabe was this year, or I thought that was last year.
Yeah, it was September of this year. Oh, so did y'all start talking about Okay, because that was the last thing I know we was I wanted to get to was the those who passed this year. Yeah.
I see Jim Dove.
Back to Love just reminded me Bushwick Bill too. I don't know how I forgot.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to Bushwick. I forgot about him. Yes, Bushwick Bill as well.
Was Garland trying to come on here?
Yeah, it looked like it, but when I looked down, he was gone. I see he left a message, but he dipped off.
Oh, okay. Well, Happy New Year to you too,
He gonna
Garland.
come on. He gonna be like, y'all didn't want me to get on here tonight. Psycho and Renee.
I think Psycho, you still gonna try to stay on till another hour?
Yeah, if people want to come up and talk, I'll stay on for another hour.
Okay, because I might jump off of here in about 15 minutes.
All right.
I'm gonna try to, I told her like 3 hours, so that's why I was like, I don't know about all the way to the West Coast. I don't know about that one.
Yeah,
It's
Still up. It's just 12:49 here, so
Well,
I mean it's late.
Love.
But it ain't that late.
Black Love always got a game. You got a game board. Tell him put the game board up, man. That's good for an hour at least, right there. One of them games from
I may
Black Love.
I may jump back on before you close it out. But so y'all talked about, y'all mentioned did y'all talk about John Singleton or anybody?
Yeah. I thought if you want to give your rest in pieces, you can. I mean,
yeah, but just if y'all seen the clip, I don't know. Psycho probably he's gonna play it again, I'm sure. But I put like the rest in, of course, John Singleton. He was extremely prolific. He did so much in his movie making. A lot of very thought provoking content he put out there. So definitely shout out to him. He had a lot of classics. Shout out, of course, to Toni Morrison. When you talk about classics, an amazing author, a lot of classic material. I mean, she would speak on such a deep level. She was a very powerful woman. I know I can remember like being probably like 11 or 12, and my grandma had her books, and I would spend the night at my grandma's house, and I was like really legit trying to like go through her books and read, and I was like, man, this is so deep. You know, she was a very deep woman. But yeah, shout out to her, rest in black power to her. Of course, we had Nipsey Hussle. That was another huge story this year, the whole situation with his death. I don't want to reiterate too much, but because I don't know what I was saying. But yeah, so shout out to him and his memory. John Witherspoon. Yeah, that was one that's pretty recent. Because I know we talked about it on the air. And did he pass when we was on the air? Or something like that happened. So I want to say, well, something like that. But anyway, I want to say shout out to his family, to his memory. He gave us a lot of laughs, and that'll live on for sure. What he put out there. And who else was Papa Wu? Knowledge, do you remember he called in my show? Remember when Judah Priest was on? Shout out to Knowledge for having all the connects. You feel me? So definitely rest in black power to him. It was somebody else I wanted to mention. I know Diane Carroll passed as well. It was somebody else I cannot think of at the moment. But yeah, shout out to all those we lost, all the soldiers we lost this year. Rest in black power. And yeah. Much love to the families. And people who are not quote unquote known, like I'm saying, just soldiers, are people who, if you lost loved ones this year, you know, rest in black power to them, or last year rather. But yeah. Peace, chaos.
Chaos, you there?
Chaos.
Oh, sorry. What's up?
Happy New Year to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
Oh Lord, here's all day. I'm definitely getting off.
That's good for an hour right there.
I'm just playing.
That's an hour straight. Maybe he took half of RBG pill.
Happy New Year to you too.
Hey,
Knowledge. Good.
Knowledge.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind having Mr. Brother back on maybe soon, cause you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. We'll set it up.
Yeah. I know you were close with him like that, cause when you hit me up, I know he was wanting interviews again. So guys, something he has on his sleeve,
Yeah.
But it was a good stream when I had him on. Surprise, first time. I was pleased.
I want to cut my camera on so y'all can hate on this Muhammad Ali Malcolm X shirt real quick.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I don't want to take away, from Psycho stream. He might in the stream be like, man, nah, now they're starting on us.
So Darwin, let me ask you a question. When you gonna save yourself, brother?
Who?
No, Darwin down there. Darwin, you there? No. Yeah, he's probably there. Okay.
Who you said Garwin? You said Garwin?
Garwin, yeah.
I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
I was like, what? Are you drinking what I'm drinking? Back it up. Get your ass on this panel. Back it up. What you doing?
OJ, you there?
Can I be heard?
That board.
Yeah, it was good.
Hey, what's good? Y'all know I don't celebrate none of these freaking white man holidays, so
Oh,
but anyway,
he sniffed the RBG line. He said, "Fuck the pill."
One thing, y'all, y'all missed out, and I knew y'all wasn't gonna touch on it. Y'all know what I'm about to say.
Mm-hmm.
That boy Jason Pope, DJ Pope, man who the number one most select guy on the planet, bottom shelf Brad.
Yeah.
Man, he was the
most select dude on the planet.
Stop that shit, dog. He was paying for coochie. Wasn't he paying for that coochie?
He wasn't paying for all of them. He wasn't paying for all of them. And what I'm about to say, as y'all know, bottom shelf Brad don't need no swag. So he's the most select of everybody on the planet. But I knew y'all wasn't gonna touch on that. And then y'all another thing y'all didn't touch on that just happened with June Lee. If you remember the little Asian dude who was who had all the black girls loving on him, and then came out he was a quote unquote he not necessarily not white, but I'm just gonna say he a racist, or I should say he anti-black. But yeah, the dude y'all didn't touch on that either. I know y'all know about it because it's all over YouTube right now.
Nah, I ain't put much attention to that story.
I don't waste time with other race people want to entertain having what it called slave sex with our people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they love this dude, man, and they still donate money to him after he been outed as a racist. He went live. It's black chicks on there saying, "I still love you."
Well, that's our people, Darwin. I mean, what do you expect?
It's not Garwin. It's OJ.
All right, OJ.
I don't know. I don't know too much about that story. Truth be told, that's what the other stuff.
But Garwin, that's the same thing with a lot of these for non-black women. It is the same thing. If non-black women say, "I hate you niggas" and all that stuff, all she do is turn on the camera, go back live, and chat, and these niggas will just give her money. Will it? Because she's not a black woman.
That's true to a certain extent, but not really, because they're not going to be so thirsty at the beginning, though.
Garwin,
I'm not.
You
Garwin.
know our people ready. It makes them feel they get mad, but they want to give more money because it's enticing. They get aroused to hear that this devil hates them and say, "I hate you, nigga," and all that stuff. It gives them ecstasy. Say, "Yes, hate me, master. I want you. Let me give you more money for your hate. Be honest. Yes, give me super chats."
But yeah, I'm about to head out, so I just wanted to come on here and make sure that was on record.
Darwin.
Of course.
Darwin.
Where Darwin about to go? I'm about to go somewhere with my girlfriend, but yeah.
You Garwin, you about to leave, Garwin?
Yeah, I'm about to get out of here. And shout out to the real Garwin. Hopefully he get on the panel and bring some
Darwin.
truth.
He called you Darwin. Your name is Darwin for 2020.
Darwin.
He all 2020. That's
his name. When you get out of line, I'm gonna call you Darwin right back. Hey, Darwin.
But yeah, all right then, y'all have a good one.
2019 and the 2020 taking over. It's Darwin. Shit. His whole identity, secret identity on live internet.
Yeah, I forgot about the Jason Pope shit. I knew I was forgetting stories and everything, man. We was just trying to cover the big stuff. We ain't want to get too caught up in the social media stuff. And yeah, but you know, that Jason Pope shit, that shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. You know, I remember what pissed me off most about that story was the fact that black men was somehow getting blamed for that shit. That zoned me. That was the part that zoned me out.
Well,
KBs. I ain't getting blamed for no fucking KBs. Fetishes.
Well, you know, actually, the blame is something that the women should expect protection. We need protection at that moment. But, you know, our community's already faltered and shattered. You know, protection would be nice, but how we bred up now in this society, you know, it's lucky you find a black man who move on a dude like that that's found doing that to our community.
Like, I'm not going to blame black women for Amber Guyger. Don't blame me for motherfucking Jason Pope. You feel me? Like that. Like, don't do that. Like, you know.
I can blame you for Darwin.
For Darwin? Don't blame me for Darwin. I ain't the one who. I mean, you'll blame me for Darwin.
You got a new name. Every time OJ get out of line, his name is Darwin. I'm like, Darwin.
I find it interesting a lot of the dudes that, let's say, blame men for that with that Pope situation. You see a lot of these dudes talking about, say, all these little 13-year-olds are fast, they want it. And I say, what? Are you serious? You know, I did not like that part.
Yeah.
Like Love got a real
like these
going
young
on.
girls were sitting there.
My hero for
I didn't like that
2019 was my man that threw them bricks through that window in Chicago.
Another story we forgot about. That's the social media story. I'm glad you said that. What's the old boy? Something Muhammad.
Yeah. Shout out to Back to Love. He bringing back the real.
Right Muhammad. I'm sure Back to Love.
Oh, the guy that busted the windows?
Yeah, the dude broke the window. The old girl ran back, told him that they was fucking with her.
Tyrone. Tyrone.
That was it. Yeah, Tyrone Muhammad. Right. Yeah, he went up.
Hey, but he lived up to his name, man.
Huh?
He lived up to his name. You better call Tyrone.
Right.
Didn't y'all do a story? Y'all did a story on the joint. I know y'all did.
Oh yeah, we both did. Yeah, I covered it on my Wake and Bake, and then me and her both covered it on the joint. And I remember it was that, and then no, that was last year, I think. But yeah, old boy broke. You know, he broke the window. You know, went to the nail salon. He was like, "Yo, I'm not playing no games. These motherfuckers. I ain't no talking."
Right.
And he went up there, broke the window, and then the cops was right there. And he walked up to the cops, gave him his ID, turned around, put his hands behind his back. Already knew what it was, and then he got when it got taken away. Mm-hmm. And yeah, and you know he got a lot of praise for it for about a week. He got praise for about a week, and then people forgot about him again. You know, so you know it's messed up because you know it felt like in hindsight it felt like it was for naught, but you know it still it did send a message that we should start regulating what's going on in our community as far as where we patronize, how these motherfuckers is treating us, and we need to start trying to infiltrate that industry. We need to start trying to infiltrate these industries and trying to figure out ways the way we can squeeze these motherfuckers out. That's what we need to do because they making a lot of motherfucking money off us, man. A lot.
It's gonna be very much a cycle because black men, if they want to tap in that industry, they gotta find ways to not only monopolize but carry and control that hair. Like find ways to get that type of hair firsthand from the first source. But getting it from third source is not gonna do it. You got to able to get
exactly. You're totally.
You got to get directly from the people.
And that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. We gotta get the connections that they got. Yeah. That's what we gotta do. We gotta cut out the middleman. Right now, we gotta go through a middleman. We gotta cut the middleman out. We gotta be able to buy wholesale straight from the source. So we gotta get they connect. We gotta get they connect, and we gotta work out a deal with them. a sweet deal, the same deal, if not better than them motherfuckers. So we gotta try to figure that shit out.
Well, once you get the minimum out, you control the deals much easier.
Yeah.
That's why when you look at it, say if you're gonna do something, you had to cut the minimum out. You have to, because as long as minimum is there, you're gonna be paying more, and it's gonna be hard for you to compete on that market, which they got the full grasp of the market. You might sell for 10, they could sell for 6.
They can sell for 3. If you can sell for 10, they can sell for 3, and they getting it for 15 cents. You see what I'm saying? That's they get that 10.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's always going to be an issue, you know, trying to compete with price margins.
The sisters will kill you for that hair. They will sit there. You better get the hell out this line, nigga. I need that yak. You better get out that 5 frozen. Are you? Yes. I'll say, yeah. All right. Are you gonna kill me? All right. Some women said they treat it like it's their baby. They give it a name. I said, what? You giving a fake hair a name? I don't know what to say. I had to raise my hand and say, I heard it all. I said, what? Really? It's a piece of hair. You gave it a name? Yeah, and it's not. I heard it's from one friend. I heard it's from one close friend that said when she decided to stop wearing the wigs and stuff. She said back in the day when she was in her late teens, she used to name her, those wigs they put on her head. She gave it a name. So I thought it was like some type of make believe stuff, but they really do name those things. They do. Let me myself.
Hey, I was getting busy out here. What you drinking? I need some of that shit you drinking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I know Psycho ain't drinking.
Nah,
Psycho, he hitting them reefers. Hey, Psycho.
I'm over here blazed up, but yeah.
I told the cat, I said,
it's like you're high as hell.
The last time I smoked, they was calling that shit reefer. They was calling it. They didn't even call. They was calling it reefer and cess.
Oh yeah, you had to get that Buddha cess. If you just got regular cess, you probably got some.
You need to get
that Buddha cess.
You do Psycho.
I was smoking that brand.
Ultimate Avatar Mac.
Oh,
189.
Oh man, I know all about what? I know all about brands. I know all about brands. We used to make that trip. Yeah, I know all about Branson. Yes, absolutely.
Well, trying to get that bomb.
Uptown.
All that uptown shit.
Mm-hmm. Word up. I know all about these.
Yeah, the avatar you have, Psycho. You go some days make the eyes go bloodshot red.
Yeah. That 8-9. We're doing that.
Think about it, you had it for years. He might have changed up a little bit.
What happened? What you say?
No, I said, the face with the mask, that's the avatar. You should change up a little bit. Make the eyes go bloodshot red. You know what I'm saying? One time.
Yeah, I got some graphics with the eyes of bloodshot red. Hide in the mother.
Yeah, did I ever see one? I think you already did show that before. Now that I think about it, since I mentioned it. I think you already did. You should have one this time. Just change up a little bit.
Yeah, Happy New Year's in Mountain Time. I forgot about y'all. My bad. I forgot about y'all. Wasn't on purpose. Who was that? That's Denver, right? That Denver and everything. Yo, my weed smokers. I can't forget about my weed smokers out in Denver.
That's Phoenix and shit. That's Arizona. Whoever.
Arizona's mountain?
Yeah. A part of it. I think it's depending on where you are. It's a part of it is mountain. And a part of it is
right. Yeah. So Happy New Year's out there to all the Mountain Time people. You know what I'm saying? West Coast, y'all next. Last but not least, y'all next. Y'all less than an hour away.
Yeah.
I think that's why OJ did that.
Look, he in the chat talking about
Those-
Darwin. Get out of the chat, Darwin. You
OJ
said
said,
you-
OJ said I got to tap some episode in the 2019.
OJ said ain't no black people in Mountain Top.
Crazy like that glue, Darwin.
That Mountain Top, it is scarce of black people in Mountain Time. Ain't that like Idaho and like South Dakota? Ain't that like Mountain Time too? All that shit.
Yeah, I want to live in those
All
states.
the Alabamans over there.
Yeah, man. We talk. Yeah, those black people are like non-existent in those states. Yeah, big game ain't lying on that. Yeah.
Carl Malone out there, man.
Yeah, Utah. Ain't Utah Mountain Time too? Yeah, that crack ass fucking state.
Ooh, shit. That's
God, that state is the epitome of Crackerville. Like that shit. When I
like
think
you,
Utah,
you had them hard times.
I think of Brady Bunch ass motherfuckers when I think of Utah, man.
Oh,
straight
shit,
up.
said Utah, Wyoming, and Montana. Oh, damn.
Yeah, Montana. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, Montana. Yeah, Montana's another one. Yep. Crackerville.
You had them hard times joints back in the day, Psych?
Yeah, I used to read those shit. Hell yeah, I used to read those shit. That's how I found out about the motherfucking the weed fest that I used to go to once a year. Yeah, I used to. That's how I found. That's how I ended up being an activist for weed and shit. Going up to marching to get that shit legalized. Back in like the late '90s, early 2000s.
I was in Amsterdam during the Cannabis Cup.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I never been to Amsterdam. I always wanted to go to one of the smoke shops there.
That shit was crazy. I'm
just to say I went.
People coming up to you, Psych, with that shit like vote for me. You know what I'm saying? Like you had to, like people was bringing you the shit. Like you couldn't smoke all that.
Yeah. I heard they just serve it to you on a platter. I heard they serve it to you on a platter and shit.
But during the Cannabis Cups, they trying to win. So they out there with the joints, like this shit you never seen before. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like people with their own strings out there coming up to you, giving you, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A blunt worth of their shit. Like, yo, vote for us for the Cannabis Cup. That shit was crazy.
Right.
And so it was a wild ass time out there. That was like one of the greatest places I've ever been on the planet.
Yeah, I would love to go. I had a few people that's been and told me stories. I was like, yeah, if I ever make it out there, I got to stop in a motherfucking smoke shop. I ain't really got no reason to go out there other than to go to the smoke shop. That's the problem. That's the only reason. If I go out there, I'm going out there just to go to the smoke shop. That's it. Because I ain't got no other reason to be out there.
I just had Sean P. wife on Bernadette Price on the show, like
say word
last week.
That's what's up.
And she had just came back, her and Rock, and then was out there on tour. They just did a tour out in Europe. So they was in, all of these spots. They was in Amsterdam. They was in, Germany. They was in France and shit. So they did like a whole Euro tour. Memory of Sean P. lives on and shit. And they just dropped that project, Price of Fame, Lil Fame and Sean P. And just dropped that joint like a couple of days ago. You see what I'm saying? So we call her fresh off a tour, and that was a bomb ass experience.
You said Fame and Sean P dropped that joint, an album or a song?
Album, project,
album. And it's called The Price of Fame. That's dope. Yeah,
that
dope.
Shit is bananas.
That's dope. That's dope.
That was,
I fuck with both of them. I fuck with MOP and motherfucking Helter Skelter Heavy.
Oh shit. She released Imperious Rex. She did it. Imperious Rex and 2 other projects. The Price of Fame is the 3rd one.
Oh, okay.
After he passed, she released Imperious Rex. That was her. That's the reason why the joint came out. So she put this. It was another project. I can't recall the name. And this is the 3rd one. And she said she got more stuff. So I don't know. What that's going to look like, going forward. But just imagine, you see what I'm saying? Like, she really ensuring that legacy lives on. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bernadette. And we got the same birthday. You know what I'm saying? Gemini's in the house.
Yeah, that's dope. That's dope, though. They still doing shows, keeping his name alive. That's what's up.
Yeah. She rhyming the verses, you know what I'm saying? Got the young baby on there rhyming, some of the verses. He used to keep her on tour with him. Like that was a highlight for me.
I feel like he never got his proper. I feel like that group itself didn't get his proper due while he was still alive.
Right.
He had more people interested now that he's dead than he was when he was alive.
That's Nipsey. That's a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like
you say nobody to somebody kills
you. Straight up. And that it was like, yo, what was that last line he said? Broke Jermaine or something Jermaine. See what I mean?
Yeah, dark skinned Jermaine.
Dark skinned Jermaine. See what I mean? Yeah. Oh, that shit was crazy. And look at what he did for him. Look at what he did for Tupac. You see what I'm saying? It was a propeller. You see what I'm saying? Like Prodigy. Prodigy wasn't last year though. Prodigy was like the year before, right?
Back to Love was talking about. I just saw Back to Love Kabe talking about the Mormons and they magic underwear. Yes, yeah, you know about that, huh? Yes, the Mormons. The Mormons have some shit. They got some magic underwear or some shit that they wear. But you gotta be a certain status to wear this magic underwear or some shit. It's crazy.
Everybody else wear them long johns. They got them long ass underwear. They should look like socks. They ain't gotta wear no socks and shit.
These motherfuckers really wear magic underwear. Like they got some wild. Like I don't know how much y'all know about the Mormon beliefs or whatever. Like what these fuckers really. Look into that shit one day, family. It will fuck your whole brain up. The shit that these motherfuckers believe, yo. It will fuck your world up. I'm telling you.
Love was in the military. I know he know about them.
Their whole doctrine is racist as fuck too. Their whole doctrine is racist as fuck. They got scriptures up in the Book of Mormon that talks crazy about black people. We got cursed by the devil. We got cursed by the devil. That's why our skin is the way it is, and it's us and Native Americans, and we on a mission to try to. They literally say we are like demon spirits that's out to try to take down the pure lily whiteness of the Caucasians and their Caucasian Jesus. They think Jesus. They said Jesus is up in heaven chilling with God. It's Jesus, his brother. They said Jesus got like 3 brothers chilling with God or some shit like that. And everybody that goes to heaven gets I forgot how many wives. You get X amount of wives and everything else that third. Like it's some crazy shit. I forgot what it was. It's some like they get their own little harem or some shit in their own planet. They get their own planet with their own harem to rule over. Like this is what these Mormons believe. Like it's some crazy ass shit though, man. That's just just look into that shit. That's just I'm telling you, fuck y'all head up.
My bad, Muchacha. Muchacha corrected me in the chat and shit. I'm sorry. I'm drunk over here. Muchacha, forgive me. Okay. I just ain't drink when Chaos was drinking.
How many husbands do the women get? They get to share one. They get to share one. Hopefully it ain't with too many. That's all the women can hope for. I hope I don't share them with 8 wives. I hope it's only 6. Like the women they just gotta hope that they the bottom bitch. Hopefully I'm the bottom bitch, and the other ones is like that's the Mormon faith for your ass. You want to talk about it? Nobody promotes polygamy more than them motherfuckers. Nobody. The Muslims learn something from the motherfuckers.
The Muslims and the Hebrews ain't got shit on the Mormons.
No, not at all.
They made it. Didn't they have the motherfucking a show on that shit? Like a reality TV show?
I don't know. Did they? They might have. Don't get me lying. And yes, Back to Love, I know about that. Yes, the Mormons didn't have a black member in their church till 1978. 1978 was when they had their first.
What's her name?
41 years ago.
They got Gladys Knight and the Pips over there now.
42 now, my bad. 42 years. Yeah, I mean 1978. Like that is not that long ago. Like that.
That sounds like the NAACP ain't had nobody black in charge until the 70s.
Yeah, don't even get me started on that bullshit ass motherfucking organization. Woo. Please. You know, I saw a K-Beast the other day in somebody's motherfucking chat. What this K-Beast doing in one of these motherfucking chats, I don't know. But this motherfucker was up in motherfucking chat, Matt, and this motherfucker said, Donald Trump won awards from the NAACP. Therefore, how racist can he be? I said, what in the fuck? I said, bruh, that shit don't mean nothing. The hell is you talking about? All types of the NAACP got a laundry list of racists they gave motherfucking awards to. A laundry list of these motherfuckers. Right. These motherfuckers take payouts. Okay. Are you shitting me? Like that means nothing. I'm sorry. Saying the NAACP, you having an NAACP award does not give you a hood pass. I'm sorry, it just doesn't.
It does. If Donald Trump in child support, he let all these black people out of jail. All he got to do is eat a Popeyes chicken sandwich. He in for. He ain't got to play the saxophone. He ain't got to do none of that shit. All he needs is to eat a Popeyes chicken sandwich and say, I'm ending child support and let some more black people out there. That's it.
Another wild ass motherfucking statement I heard motherfuckers say in the fucking chat. There be some weirdos in some of these chats, man. Y'all some of these motherfuckers in these chats, there's some big motherfuckers. I don't know if they be trolling or these motherfuckers are just downright stupid. But this motherfucker is set up there. First, this motherfucker was caping for Asians and shit. This motherfucker was sitting up here, just I don't know. I forgot what the conversation was verbatim, but he was just in there just caping for Asians, just talking about how that's what it was. He was saying how we think it was like a people of color thing. He was trying to say like Asians, but he's trying to make an argument that Asians aren't racist. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean Asians aren't racist? I was like, yeah, right. I was like, tell that to the sisters in the nail salons that the Asians ain't racist. What the hell are you talking about? And the motherfucker said, just the fact that Asians have nail salons in the hood proves that they're not racist. This idiot really said that shit. What the fuck? I said, okay, you know what? All the white people in Essex County are not racist because we got a Whole Foods out here by Broad and Market. We got a Whole Foods by Broad and Market, so that means these white people can't be motherfucking racist. They got a Whole Foods here.
It's really a Whole Foods on Broad and Market now?
Huh?
It's really a Whole Foods on Broad and Market now?
Yeah, right. Well, Bobby, you know where the McDonald's was right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, right there. Yep, right there.
Oh, shit.
Right there. It's a Whole Foods there, bro. A fucking Whole Foods. I bullshit you not. So you already know what time it is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, they got 7-Eleven out on Broad and Market now too. By Broad and Market, Broad and Market look a whole lot different now, bro.
Damn, I ain't been
a whole lot different out there now.
I ain't been home in a minute. So
last time I was up there, you know what I'm saying?
Talk about it, Renee. Talk about it, yo. Talk about it.
Not me, son. Not me. Feel me?
Last time I was home, they had built that New Jersey Devils Stadium shit.
You said last time you said they just built the stadium? I mean, the arena, I mean? Yeah. The arena, you know, ever since the arena been there, they've been gentrifying. But that was their plan for the beginning when they first announced they was going to build the arena there. They was going to try to gentrify that shit.
And they had built that brand new joint for the Nets knowing that they was moving to Brooklyn. That was wild too.
No, well, I'll tell you the whole story behind that, right? Like what happened was, the Nets and the Devils both played in the Meadowlands out there by Giant Stadium, right?
Yeah.
And the motherfucker who owned the Devils is from Newark, right? White dude, right? He's from Newark. He's from Newark before the riots, though. Pre-riots and shit. Back when white people were still here.
The Polish Italians.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he's from the area. He wanted to try to, bring the arena out here and try to build the area back up and gentrify it, pretty much, so to speak. And and plus, not to mention, the arena was in a horrible spot. That's a horrible spot for an arena to be out there by Giant Stadium. And shit, It's hard to get back and forth to unless you drive in. Most people don't want to drive during the week to go to a game. So it was a bad spot, and they wanted to put it in downtown. Now, the Devils owner was also half owner of the Nets at the time. There was he had half ownership of the Nets, and somebody else had half ownership of the Nets. So he wanted to move the arena. So they both said they was going. He wanted to come to Newark. Now, mind you, he owns the Devils and half of the Nets. Right. The motherfuckers who owned the other half of the Nets didn't want to come to Newark. They wanted to stay out there by the Meadowlands. Right. So they was trying to persuade him to stay out there. Talk about, we'll make it. It's supposed to be a new light rail coming up here. XYZ. Trying to sell him on staying up there. And the dude that owned the Devils was like, no. I want this stadium in Newark. Newark is the perfect spot, perfect location, transportation, all the trains, airports, everything's all there. Right. I want to be there. And he wanted to move it there. And then other Nets owners were like, still trying to, they was kind of like iffy, not really wanting to do it. And he said, you know what? Fine. Y'all stay here. I'm going to sell my percentage of the Nets to somebody else. And I'm going to take the Devils to motherfucking Newark. I'm going there with you or without you. So he sold his half of the motherfucking Nets to the motherfuckers who eventually wanted to bring the team to Brooklyn, which was Bruce Rathner and the motherfuckers, the whole Brooklyn team motherfuckers. So they came in and they persuaded the other half of the Nets owners to make the jump or whatever. And so that's how that ended up happening. The other half of the owners of the Nets didn't want to come to Newark because if they wanted to come to Newark, they would have came to Newark. Nets would have never been in Brooklyn. They still would have been in Jersey. But it was bullshit going on with the owners.
That's wild right there. So who played out there? Rutgers and them? Who played out there in that brand new ass fucking stadium?
The arena? What you call it? Seton Hall. Seton Hall played 8 games out there. And the Devils, Seton Hall, and they got other events that come out there during the off seasons and shit. I ain't the circus no more because Ringling Brothers. No, let's rest in peace to Ringling Brothers Circus. We forgot that. Rest in peace to Ringling Brothers Circus. That shit went RIP this year. Ain't no more Ringling Brothers. But they still have like UFC events that come out there, and other shit like that. But yeah, no, the only basketball that's out there is like they have like that. They do like the Essex County tournament out there. I think now. I think they do the Essex County tournament out there too now. Okay. For the high school joints.
Yeah.
I think they moved it to the arena. They used to play at Essex County College, but I think they moved to the arena now.
Did you know why Ringling Brothers and Byron Bailey ended their what it called tours?
Peter, right? It was Peter and the Animals, right? When they go over Peter and the Animals.
Yeah, they said, and I got this from the Overdrive Max. They were putting pinchers onto the hooks of the horses. The those people like the Budweiser, big corporations,
right?
For the animals. So they were abusing the animals. So when the guy got wind of it, he said, "No, he didn't want nothing to do with none of these corporations." So he decided to end the whole circus thing. Yeah,
Peter was on their neck. Peter was on their neck for a lot of years though, And you know, without the animals, the circus kind of loses its flavor. You know, like that was kind of like, you know, you ain't so much you can get off with just clowns and no animals. Like not on that scale at least. And they know they couldn't do it on the same scale anymore without the animals, so they just jetted it. Ringling Brothers been around for centuries. That shit been around since like I think the 1800s. That shit been around forever. Yeah, you still got the Universal Circus.
You ever caught that black circus?
Is that the Universal joint?
Yeah.
Is that Universal? Is that the Universal Circus? That's the black one. I think that's the Universal one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I caught that black circus and what else? Like the black cowboys and shit that was on the bulls and shit that was doing the bull riding and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the black rodeo.
Yeah, that black rodeo was
right here. Mm-hmm. And the Universal.
Yes.
Yeah, it was bomb. It was bomb when I went. I went twice before, some years ago. But yeah, it was pretty cool. It was pretty fun.
That's something to see. That's something to see.
In that, yeah. Then they had to in that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All these impressions on the young black mind that leave you astute. That's out there. You know, my 10th birthday, I went to see my mother get that Harriet Tubman Award in Harlem. You know, at the Harriet Tubman School. So, like all of these impressions, you know, they shape and they mold your mind in regards to the path that you're on. You see what I'm saying? Like, that was me with my Malcolm X button. My Malcolm X suit on, you know what I'm saying? I had Malcolm X speaks. That's what I got for my birthday. You see what I'm saying? I went, you know, my 10th birthday to the Harriet Tubman School out there in Harlem and see my mother get that award. So that was crazy. You see what I'm saying? These are things that leave an impression on your mind in regards to your consciousness and your mood. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. Yeah, I used to go to circus, see Ringling Brothers. I went to the Universal Circus a few times. I took my seed to go see the Universal Circus. But yeah, you know, it's just crazy. You know, circus is about to be extinct. It's about to be a thing of the past soon. You know, you got a few that's still floating around, but I don't know how long they're going to be able to maintain. We'll see. But yeah,
the conscious community is still a circus. So if you want to see some animals acting an ass and a donkey,
well, it has become very much non-productive now, and you know, it lived to its purpose now, and people are just gonna come up with some new stuff just to keep making some money. That's how it goes.
I'm hanging on.
You know,
I'm be right back. But before the New Year in Cali or on the West Coast.
Yeah, less than a half hour away. We almost there.
Yeah.
Y'all almost there, West Coast. Y'all almost there.
I saw they did a recap though. What was it? From like 2009, 2019. You know, so what was y'all opinions? You know, everybody was, well, most of us still wasn't around from 2009, 2019. What was some of the highlights from the conscious community y'all remember?
Over the last, the year or the decade?
Last decade, the decade.
Ooh. Well, it's a lot. It's a lot to chew on right there.
The precipice of the 2009 is the Seti Alim debate, 2009, and then we moving up forward through that.
Yeah, and then the Kim on trial thing. Right. You got that whole thing. That was big. That was big. The whole Kim on trial thing with Blight and Tazariak and all them and everything else. That was huge. That was huge. That whole thing right there helped blow the conscious community up. To be honest with you, like that, because like you know that was big. They did about 3 of those motherfuckers, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Besides, another milk that motherfucking shit. The old Kimmon on trial thing, he milked the hell out of that. Let's see. Damn, a lot of shit happened in the Kansas community over the last 10 years. A lot of it was like silly ass beefs too. A lot of good debates, but a lot of foolishness though. Yeah, a lot of foolishness. It's hard to get around the foolishness every time.
I guess we see that shit at the same time. We tried to put that shit up there. Whoo, TS, Glass Joe. Glass Jane or Glass Joe? What would you call him? Glass Jane or Glass Joe?
What you talking, Glass Joe from the Tyson Punch Out?
I'm talking about Tommy.
Oh, that, yeah, see, that slipped my mind. Yes, that was a big deal. That broke the internet. Yes.
See, that's still like a Tyrone situation. Like Tyrone Muhammad, he bust those windows out in defense of them sisters, and it was still sisters that was going back into the nail shop, and then it was cats there was sisters that was condemning, you know, homie for punching TS in the face. You see what I'm saying? They was condemning him. Why would you do that? Blah blah blah. Hey, what are you charging when you do that? You run up somewhere.
Coming up in the motherfucking pro-black spot with all that shit he done talked about pro-blacks and beating up on women. And all, like, why would he do that? Like, he did that. He walked up in there thinking he was that dude. Like, yeah, they just gonna bow down and kiss my ass. Because you know what he was gonna do. He was gonna go up in there. If nothing would have happened, everybody would have showed them love. He would have went back to motherfucking Arizona, where the fuck he was at, and he would have started popping off. I was up in there, all up in their face, saying this, that, third, and nobody do shit.
Nobody did nothing to me.
Nobody did nothing to me. And everything else, he'd have been playing tough as fuck the second his ass, just like he did after he got punched in the face. The motherfucker got punched in his face, whined like a little bitch.
Called the police.
Called ass upstairs, called the police. Then all of a sudden crept out the back door, slid through the back door, hopped in the first cab smoking, got the hell up out of there. And the second the cab pulled off, the motherfucker looked at the camera and started talking shit. And was like, that motherfucker know how to beat his ass? That motherfucker know this? And blah, blah, blah. I was like, are you serious, dog?
Look at my face.
Talking crazy, big shit. Like, that motherfucker's a bitch. He's a pussy. He know how to beat his ass. Like, Tammy, why are you saying all this in the cab that's hauling ass like 90, riding down the motherfucking street?
Yeah, the deaf to go outside, and so y'all gonna have to walk me outside because
Reggie assisted him outside and shit, like escorting him to the fucking cab and shit. That shit was a shame. That is embarrassing. The fuck is you doing over here, dog? Tommy a little bitch. He's a bitch. I said it. Yeah, he's a bitch. That's why I was glad they stuffed him. I was like, they should have stuffed his ass harder. It should have been a few follow-up blows. I was mad it wasn't worse. Motherfucker, he be talking
because of the outcry. The outcry was like, "Oh my God, what are you doing? We're in the place and we're talking about unity and peace." Like, that's how you accomplish peace and unity.
Ain't no unity with
who don't belong. Removing people who don't belong. That's a different kind of space. Like, okay, I'm serious about unity. Those who don't belong.
Unity with who? Unity with motherfuckers say burn down the fucking community? I'm supposed to have unity with this person? Motherfucker talking about burning down the fucking community. Motherfucker talking shit about black kids. Motherfucker talking shit about our sisters. Motherfucker talking shit about the brothers. He talking shit about everybody.
With a glass jaw.
Everybody. And I'm supposed to want unity with this guy? With that guy? Fuck him. Go back. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Unity. Kick rocks. They always pull that unity card with us when it's convenient, right? Whenever
unity and elder. Put them in the same category.
Bullshit. All of a sudden, they want to start talking this pro-black shit. Like, oh, well, we supposed to be unified. This is why we can't all get along. And all this other shit. Like, man, go fuck yourself. Any other time you ain't worried about getting along. Any other time you on this separatist shit, You on this, oh, well, I ain't like them Negroes over there. You separating yourself from everybody else, this, that, and third. But now, all of a sudden, you want to talk this unified shit, right? Because you done got punched in your fucking face. Now you want to talk about unified. But any other time, you talking about separation. Like, these motherfuckers are pussy, man. These motherfuckers full of shit. These motherfuckers, they mastered the art of double talking. That's the fuck they done.
Shout out to Back to Love. Hey, Psycho, you showed me some motherfuckers this year. I can't leave that out either. You showed me some motherfuckers whole card this year.
Who?
You showed me some whole cards this year. Yes, indeed. You showed me some whole cards. I was looking, I was like, you? Oh, what are you doing over there with them? Ah, okay. I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Whole cards being full of shit. So
For real.
Renee too. Y'all showed me some whole cards for some people this year. I was like, oh shit. What are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, what are you doing?
It's time out here. But yeah, I heard that. I was in there, but I heard what you asked on knowledge. I think you said in the last decade.
Yes, and you came up in the tumultuous decade. You understand?
Yeah, it's like what I say, like remembering my time, like, cause honestly, coming in, I came from Blog Talk, so I was familiar because at that time, Blog Talk was what YouTube is today. With the, you know what I'm saying, with the shows and things like that. So I came up in that era of Blog Talk, where the thing with Blog Talk was people were more serious about it because you had to really pay to use it. Right. So, you know what I'm saying? Even if you had the small package, you still had to pay money monthly in order to be able to use that service. Because of that,
Right.
At least $40, yeah.
Exactly, at least $40. So within that and of itself, that would get rid of a certain amount of riffraff just off the strength of that. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
And so now with this, that's been the biggest switch over. The biggest thing for me per se is that switching over to YouTube, to social media. You know, people don't have to pay anymore to go live and stuff.
Right.
So there's
now you're getting the oversaturation of non-content creator, the socializing creator, right? Because they're not content creators, they're socializing creators, right? They create social circles for people to socialize. So they're social creators, right?
With an invisible ceiling.
A lot of y'all have been around. A lot of y'all have been around. You know, when we was doing, because we had did the thing where we was crossing over doing both. Because when me and Psycho had linked up, and so then he was streaming, because, you know, Psycho had his channel and multiple channels, and, you know, he was savvy with YouTube. He was already been doing things, you know, and so he was ahead of the game on a lot of stuff as far as like the Black content and things like that. But and he doesn't get a lot of credit for that, because he is so militant and because he is so much about his people, and he really legitimately stands on that. You know, people really, they resent that in a lot of ways. They act like they for it, but they're really not. But we did the thing where, you know, because I've been doing a rundown with Renee. Some of y'all familiar. I did another show before and stuff like that. And a lot of people knew me from that or whatnot. And then when I started doing, originally I did the rundown with Renee before anything.
Okay? Your mom's Black.
Huh? Right. Oh, your mama Black. Chaos been there the whole gamut. So me and a brother named Marcus, and then me and Dawa did our show together, and that was the rundown with Renee going all the way back. So then I did another show, whatever. And then I ended up doing the rundown with Renee again, and then me and Psycho had linked up, and
you saved another show. Put that on the record. Fuck that. You saved another show.
But yeah, so I ain't even gonna say the name. Whatever. But and that's not a diss or nothing. It's just, I just keep it pushing. When I'm done with a certain part of my life, whatever, I just keep pushing. Anyway, forward. So then the thing was, so a lot of y'all remember at that time you had to have, you doing Blog Talk, you're gonna have a topic. You're going to have a description on what it is you're talking about. You will have guests on there, a lot of people. You have something core that you were doing with that Blog Talk show that you were doing, because you're paying money for this. It's nice. So you're going to utilize it, and you want to utilize it.
Yeah, the fullest.
You want to utilize it in the best way, you know what I'm saying, to showcase who you are and what you want to talk about. So that's been the biggest thing to me, is the whole switch over to the live streaming element, that because people don't have to pay for it and people abuse it. And so now you see YouTube, is well, January 1st, 2020 is going to be this change and that change or whatever. But some of those changes I think will be good, because some people abuse this platform. And you know what I'm saying? On the one end, I feel like, well, hey, it's for anybody. It is an open public thing. Okay, that's what's up. But then you can also have a part to where it either gets, like Psycho said, oversaturated. People misuse it. People just do anything. And then it becomes drama. It goes all downhill. And let me say this. When I didn't know who Sinetta was until I had got with that other show. I literally did not know him. Like, my journey on this type of thing, it was more, and so when I found out who Sinetta was when I was with the other show or whatever, and I was like, okay, then I started watching it, and I started, who keeps saying that? But anyway, and then I started, but anyway, but anyway, so then I started kind of, and that Sinetta has changed. I mean, from what it was more genuine, I feel. This is no slight or diss to Sinetta, because y'all know I'm cool with Sinetta and all of the above. And, he wants me to do a lot more stuff with him and things like that. And I have respect for Sinetta, but because so much other stuff has taken place, it's different from what it was. And like the stuff with Tammy, that happened a little bit later, but, and then the whole thing with Young Pharaoh and Seti, that big blowout. And then it was a bunch of other people, these people was getting into, and man, it was a time for real. See, here's the thing, when you come into consciousness and you start finding out some of this stuff, it's kind of like, not everything, but a lot of stuff actually sounds good. You know what I mean? So like the Moorish stuff sounds good initially on some level. The whatever else sounds good on some level. The whatever else sounds good. The NOI or this or that. It all sounds good on some level. And then you begin to find your way and find kind of where you fit in. You know what I'm saying? And what really appeals to you as you grow and mature. And I just feel like now, because of the live streaming thing, because it's oversaturated and people are really doing a lot of drama and stuff, and things went too far in the other direction,
and stuff,
and different stuff like that, and stuff. And you got people like that though. Let's be real. That person in with, that's what, like, one of the things I'm talking about. You look, somebody like that's lumped in with consciousness. Right. But this person is in an interracial marriage.
Right.
And it's like,
right.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, that's.
And it gets worse with some other people.
Yeah, I heard
some of that other shit. Like
I've heard you talking about Irritate Jeannie's camp.
And some other shit.
Oh yeah.
Like, worse than that. Like,
but yeah,
they want same sex type of shit. You understand?
I remember when I first started like hearing motherfuckers over there on Signet and them shit, like in the chat. It was started in the chat. Motherfuckers talking like, like acting like it's no big deal being with a white girl and all this other thing else. I'm like, huh? I'm like, what y'all over here talking about and shit? They got that third. Then I remember one day Sonetta was
normalizing degenerate
was
behavior.
kicking for motherfuckers. The first time I heard him kicking for a motherfucker,
Yeah, he had a cake because he get paid by these dudes.
$10,000 a month. It'll change your whole outcome.
Listen,
You understand?
he don't lose that money. He can't say you can't. And he knows how to know this because he's been in it for over 30 years, or actually close to over 30 years. He knows the deal. But why he caves for it? Because it makes money. You can't lose that money base. He's gonna take. You want to take certain L's.
Yeah.
When you see everybody come in, there's a difference. When you see everybody come in, they come in genuine. They come in from a certain kind of mind state, and the game changes them.
Yep.
You don't change the game. You come in thinking you can change the game, and the game changes you. You see what I'm saying? So that's a lot of things that happen. You know what I'm saying? So you know from the entertainment industry, you know from the battle league, all of that. You understand what I'm saying? You come in thinking you're gonna change the game, and the game changes you. And those that are wise, they pull out. You see what I'm saying? They pull out early, and those who sojourn, we deal with long suffering all the way through.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep. And it's just like, you know, take what you can get. You feel me? Take what you can get. Eat the fish and spit out the bones, because at the end of the day, it's like now it's so many different people. You don't know who has an agenda or who doesn't, because even though the game, like you're 100% correct, the game will change a lot of people. Then you got a few sprinkled in who have agendas when they come in, but you don't find them out till a little bit later. And then you start kind of hooking and supporting somebody, and then it's something different. And that's like all the people up here. We've been consistent. Like when you go back and listen to my old show years ago, before I ever knew Psycho or Knowledge or Chaos, and you go back, I was talking about the same things. I had the same concerns and all of the above. You go to, yes, and I came in the gate talking about homosexuality. So I kind of came in a not a backwards way, but it's kind of like when I was knowing something was going on, and it was just like, you know, it was some things that stood out to me, and I ended up seeing this video, and I left a comment, and then the dude, we was going back and forth, and it just kind of went from there. And then I went down the rabbit hole. I fell down the rabbit hole and figuring out what was really going on. And I came across people like, nobody was talking about homosexuality. It's still not a lot today, but Irritated Genie and Brother Dawa, those were the main. I'm not saying the only, because I know
Baba Rudy, yes.
Who had been, but I'm going to say that were immediately more so accessible to me. That those were the two people that were influential, and both of them, you know, have supported me, have helped me over the years. And, you know, shout out to them. I don't know what else going on with Irritated Genie or whatnot. Is it his camp or whatnot? But, you know, shout out to that brother. We did some shows and things of that nature. He's helped me a lot along the way, going all the way back. Brother Dawa, of course. And Brother Dawa was doing his show in Chicago, speaking on this 10 years ago. He was speaking on this 10 years ago or better, probably about 12 years ago. And he was doing that then, putting his own money, his own time up. He was doing that because he cared. So again, I came from that era where it was just kind of about to start switching over, where it was just kind of like a free-for-all. But I am happy that I came up during the Blog Talk era, because like I said, you had to pay money. You had to be serious to get your message out. You had to be serious about your message.
I will say that you're absolutely right about that. Like, you know, coming from Blog Talk myself, like, you know, like Blog Talk, you had content creators, right? You had to be a content creator to get on Blog Talk, or you was wasting your money. You know, like
and I'm gonna say my thing in a second after you.
One second, Cal. You had to be a content creator, or you was wasting your money, right? And it's like, you know, but like Renee said, over here, the way the setup is, you can just come on, not even be a content creator, and just, you know, just start doing streams.
And it's running your fucking mouth.
Streams, not have no real subject matter, nothing like that. You just wake up one day, oh, I'm bored. I'm just gonna fire up a live stream, drop the link, see who clicks on it, see who want to talk. That's not exactly content. That's not exactly content. That's not well thought out. That's not structured. That's just you just socializing. That's just you just wanting to shoot the shit. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I'm just saying, but it gets muddied though. People start to conflate that with actual content. People start to confuse that actually being content. No, that's actually just motherfuckers just conversating. Let me not say that, conversing, because Renee's anal about that. Yeah, but even though conversate is a word, conversate is a word.
Y'all, whatever.
Yeah, it is. I proved it. But anyway, yeah. But that's all motherfuckers seem like they want to do. So it's like okay, that's fine, but just don't call it content. Just don't call it content. It's not actual content. It really isn't. My bad.
Yeah.
You had something you want to say?
Even my experience doing the radio show for, I would say like over 4 years now, since December. And during time with Blog Talk, you had to be like any person who's come up with a topic, give somewhat a description, and go at the description. And that was because that's really content. When you take time, you don't take up airspace. And I don't know if I told you before, Renee, even when I was even on the other stream, that I told these people that will take on anything during time when we're still on Blog Talk. That's not waste airspace. You come with a topic, you give some form of description, and you air it out on air with a call in. That right there, you got to put in time, effort, and work to make that happen. And not only that, you go a step further. Sometimes you want to go and make schedule for guests to come on. That also takes work.
Yeah.
You don't understand, even myself, the time I dedicate for the 4 years doing this now, and now doing YouTube now. That's gonna be it's now a year now, in this month now. That what people don't understand is the people that's using YouTube, regardless of the policy, they change them now. That it's gonna crack down on some of them, but it's not gonna crack down enough. And it's gonna come to a point where if YouTube has to go be like the Blog Talk and stuff, a lot of people that don't do kind of stuff, they're going to have to make it. You know what I'm saying? Because most of them not even doing no kind of. First of all, they sit there using a live stream that they introduced back in 2016. Last time I checked. And because that, you see people busting out with all this stuff. They don't even make short videos. Most of them solely devote and do streams that go beyond 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's going 8, 9. See, one thing that I didn't like what YouTube do now, they got rid of Hangouts and think that it's gonna cut down. No, it made it worse. Now 12-hour streams, 13. Are you listening to me?
Facts. With like 30 people on the panel.
No, not even that. Because sometimes you got paid just to get more people. If you're using like you use StreamYard, it's limited to 6, but it's still bad because now you have no time limit now.
Yeah.
Usually we never had a time limit over here. Like we never was confined to the time limit thing because we wasn't doing the whole Google Hangout thing or whatever.
Right.
But we just never saw the purpose of going that long. I remember when we did it one time because I did it one time just to see how long I could go because I was curious. I was like, how long this shit? Like, is they gonna cut me off at the 9 hours, 10 hours? I think I got 10 hours and like, okay, that's enough. I could probably do 24, but who the fuck wants to do 24 fucking hours of fucking live streaming? And that was the longest I've never done a live stream that long ever again.
Listen, and we were doing, sometimes on our game night we would have, where we would go long, but then at a point, Psycho cuts it off, and so we be just still in the hangout, but we not on air or whatnot. Right.
But the point.
Yeah,
But the point I'm trying to say
is it just depends on what you're talking about and what occurs. You feel me? Like if it's just strictly 10 hours of foolishness and effery and just whatever, then and go ahead.
You got to understand, Renee. Anything beyond a certain amount of hours, it does lead to that. Regardless, it might sound good after 5 hours.
Yeah,
First of all, no one's on a stream that long. But think about it. people got to go back and replay this and hear this and say, do you think the average person that's consuming this could sit there and listen to an 8 or beyond 6 hour stream?
That's real.
Every day?
Real. Absolutely.
No. So really and truly, what YouTube does, they don't reward you for going live. They actually cause because they know what's gonna happen when they start putting this feature. Because people gonna be in running their mouth regardless of the top of that, and we'll have no time limit.
Yeah.
And that's I got this from another time. Said it hurts you, and I agree with him. You know, so that's why I tell people that if you're gonna do it, set a timetable. How long you gonna stay on the air?
That's why I usually keep my waking base. Since I did the calling, sometimes I go a little over, but I try to keep it at 2 hours. I try to keep it at 2 hours for the most part.
You want to do, if you're gonna go like 3 hours, you want to do it once every month. But on a regular, you want to keep it at a set time.
Right. It's not an all the time thing, you know. And again, it depends on what you're doing, what you're talking about, and stuff like that. But you know, I just want to say that it's been an interesting journey thus far. But I do want to say I appreciate everybody, because I think I'm not one of these people who are like, oh, New Year's resolution. You know, I think that's so ridiculous when people do that. And you really kind of, depending on who you are, you kind of set yourself up for failure when a New Year's resolution, you know, you can always resolve to do something different. But I do think that it is a good time for reflection. And because of the fact we're going into a whole new decade. So I do want to say it's been a journey with this whole, in terms of the whole Black conscious community experience. Like I said, my whole time, which has maybe been it's not been a decade, but like 7 years or so. But I do want to say I appreciate everybody who's here now. Some people remember me from back then. Some people been around since back then, like Brother Chaos up here.
Real quick, Renee. Happy New Year's to the West Coast.
Right on time.
Yeah, happy New Year's to the West Coast. Shout out to all y'all. Y'all finally caught up. Y'all here. Y'all in 2020 with us. You know what I'm saying? Y'all late, but y'all here. Shout out to California. Shout out to people out in Vegas. Shout out to you weirdos out in the Pacific Northwest. Y'all some weirdos out in that Pacific Northwest. But shout out to y'all. And
I was there for 7 years.
Shout out to everybody else. You know what I mean? Shout out to the whole country over here. All right, I'm done.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been an interesting journey. But I just want to tell all of y'all, I appreciate y'all. If you knew me from now, or you just came across me in more recent time, or whatever the case is, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all keep us on our toes. Y'all keep me on my toes too. You know, and it's good that we question each other, and you know what I'm saying, but all out of love and concern, especially if you know it's genuine people. And me and Psycho always say this, we got some riders, like some people we know, regardless, you know, that's down for us, so to speak, that we rocking together. So we appreciate all of y'all. I do. I'm gonna say that I appreciate all of y'all. And I'm very thankful for Chaos. Like I say, he's been around for a long time. And he's always been there. He's always supported me, you know, over the years. So I want to recognize him for sure. Knowledge, you already know, you've been very supportive of me over the years. You know, helped me down with so
and
much.
still in stuff.
So I thank you so much. Much appreciation for everything. Of course, Psycho. I mean, that goes without saying. Y'all already know. It's been 3 years, over 3 years or so, something like that. Probably close to 4. I don't know. But you know, we wanted to do something where it was like a Black man and Black woman who we don't agree on every little thing, but we have all the deal breakers down. And we wanted to show Black men and Black women coming together, doing the show, you know, talking about the issues in the community, who really care, you know what I'm saying, and who are genuine, and we not gonna be knocked off our square. You feel me? So we made that, you know, we're that we're dedicated to that. We've been doing that, and that's what's up. So I'm happy y'all here, and much happiness and growth for everybody in 2020.
The only thing I will say y'all should start doing now this is so-called the new year, to utilize more of the game nights. I know sometimes you be busy.
Yeah.
But now let's take opportunity to start putting more to use now. This coming year
once
now.
A month. Just
At
give
least.
us once. Just give us.
If
once
not, make it once a month.
Once a month. Give us once a month.
Once a month. If you can do that,
and for the family that's listening,
more easier.
y'all gotta support one. Y'all gotta support once a month. You see what I'm saying? Like, hey, like, so it's a double-edged sword. So if they putting it out there for us to do or participate in, then hey, make the same commitment with them and say, okay, once a month we're gonna support that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
I think that's doable to say once a month. I think that's doable because sometimes my schedule doesn't permit, or like, you know what I'm saying? Because that's an issue too. That fluctuates. It depends, like if I'm working from late or not. So that plays a role. And then sometimes Psycho be sleep. So he be taking his nap or whatever. So.
Well, the best way to do this, since you are on a schedule, Renee, you always got to look into your booklet of the monthly schedule if you do go by that. And say if you find like an opening on one of those nights, you might just knock it out the way. For that one.
Back to love ain't shit. He's talking about detox coming out before game night happened. We could have had game night tonight, back to love. You didn't hit the link.
That's funny.
Don't be talking that shit now. We know you got 17 boards waiting.
It's fun to have like a New Year's game night, a New Year's Eve game night.
Right.
Well, it's too late now, honey. It's after 2 a.m. Here it's 3 or whatever on the East
Back to Love got one. He got one on deck right now. He's like, he always ready. He is always ready. That's what I'm saying. Shit. Yeah. So once a month. You see what I'm saying? Once a month, and then because we got wake and bakes. We got the wake and bakes. You know what I'm saying? And we got the impromptu. I like y'all schedule where it ain't a schedule in regards to when y'all come on, because that's good for us to have that times like, all right, boom. This is where you see your core group, right? Yeah, the pop up. You see what I'm saying? But we know, okay, Saturday that's happening, right? And then we know, okay, once a month this is happening. You see what I'm saying in regards to predictability. But the other, like, damn, there's too much shit going on. The next thing you know, you see a link going live. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, shit.
And I told Psycho this before. I contemplated going back to Blog Talk. You know how we used to do it before? Yeah. Where we did the two. I contemplated it because there are certain things I like or miss about Blog Talk, whatever. But I don't know if I'm consistent enough to be paying every month.
Right.
Yeah, that's all.
You good? Y'all got the. Let me say this real quick, Chaos, and then you could go. Y'all got the best definition of what it is, with the happy medium, the meet in the middle. You understand? Like y'all got it. You know what I mean? Y'all got it going on, and y'all got it in a way to where y'all got the best minds involved. You see what I'm saying? So you got tech savvy, and you got innovative coming together, boom, to do it in the way that y'all need. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? I'm over in Blog Talk land still in the trenches, 1,100 episodes. 1,100. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not nothing. It ain't no glamour, ain't no glitz in it. Y'all got it designed in a way where I'm like, okay, I'm Black Power pandering over it. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing over there no more. You know what I'm saying?
That's a lot of work.
I'm in YouTube land now with the little band at the bottom going across. You understand? Please listen to my demo shit. You see what I'm saying?
That's a lot of work. We used to put in about 150 shows a year. So And so I know you up in 1,100. You put it a lot. That's a lot of work.
That's a lot of that. Right. What a 10-month break that I wasn't doing nothing. You see what I'm saying? Like with a 10-month break where I wasn't doing nothing. So to come back and say, okay, boom, yeah, hey, this is what it is. So it's a new push, and y'all are designing the way righteously for those who are paying attention, that are content creators, to understand, okay, there's a give and a take, because I'm like, yo, shit. Like the shadow ban and the bullshit that come along with, okay, stepping in the forefront of YouTube, you seen your numbers, you know what your numbers were, and you saw your numbers dwindle. That's not, the numbers are still there. However, you suffered and sacrifices to show us, okay, like this shit is real. Like, no, they really don't want us putting out this kind of content. It's real. You see what I'm saying? You might get 10,000 views on a video, and they showing you 250. They might show you 350. You see what I'm saying? In that close to that 1,000 range or whatever. Man, but you know it's different. But they're showing you,
They've been fucking with our channel for a minute, man. My main channel for the longest time, the notifications did not work on my main channel for the longest time. I remember. The notifications did not work for shit. They used to hide my shit. You go searching for my shit, you couldn't find it. The shit was crazy.
Wow. I just went through that. I went through that for like the last year, almost 2, for my YouTube.
And it makes me want to upside ban, but I don't know.
Me coming out, with a couple of little joints, again, you got to pay some money to come out and do what you need to do. They're like, oh, yeah, this. So it's a different kind of arena, So this is like my second episode in almost 2 years on my YouTube channel. Because of all that shit that was going on. Not going live, and then boom, you can't put your camera on and all kind of shit. So, they do play those games. So they do. So it's like a gift and a curse with our channels showing, YouTubers and those who are aspiring, like, look, this is what it costs. And even if you did the Patreon route, you see the same thing. You know what I mean?
On Patreon, they do it. On Patreon, for Patreon, they don't do shit that stuff.
They own by it. Everybody got the same boss. So it ain't.
So you do Patreon?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think we was gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, I was about to say, y'all got anything else y'all want to say before we get out of here?
No.
Hey, support this channel and support whatever comes from it, the Patreon, whatever they got, because this is the last stance to get it unapologetic. Everybody else got some cuts. I'm gonna just say that and be clear with it. No matter what it is, no matter how large the audience, if the audience gets larger, there's more room for the cut. So 2020, if everybody's walking into this 2020 vision righteously, with all the eyes open, 2020 vision.
Yeah, that's what.
Make this channel to be a staple, and channels like this that are righteous, that are true, that stand unapologetically for you. So shout out to Psycho, shout out to Renee, and shout out to the faithful who come through to this channel. That's what I got to say.
Yes. Well, all righty. Chaos, you want to say anything?
If you wanted to go back to the blog talk, I think people that support this channel could give you a little money here and there for the bills. Not too heavy if they really want to happen. So everybody wants to happen. Take a slight vote. People that's in the chat room. And put on a community tab, and you'll see if it's really necessary. Move on from there. But other than that, keep doing it over here till now. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Well, thank y'all. But I already said my piece. And back to love. Yes, I just looked in the chat. Yes. Shout out to Lashid. Happy New Year, sis. And cause I met a lot of people through Lashid. A lot of y'all through Lashid and her hangout.
Yeah. Definitely, yes. She one of the first content creators that showed me love on here was Lashid and Sister Radical too. Shout out to both of them.
Right.
Definitely. Yep. So what's good? Family. I appreciate everybody for coming through. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Let me see. I'm a little bit behind. Okay, here we go. Yeah. All right. Family, do me a favor. Please click like, share, and subscribe. You know what I mean? You know, sharing is caring. Please be sure to do that. And also, if you have it, please do me a favor. When you do click subscribe, please click the notification bell so you can be notified whenever we do go live. That's also very important. And yeah, to my haters out there, y'all know what time it is. Get on your jobs. You know what I mean? Lately, y'all been doing y'all thing. I'm glad to know y'all still breathing. Please continue to click dislike. You can still share this motherfucker, though, you selfish motherfuckers. And then you gotta unsubscribe. You know what I mean? Because if you click a dislike on a New Year's Eve wrap-up show, there's a good chance I already know you ain't on none of these motherfuckers right here with y'all hating asses. Yeah. Also, family, please follow me on Twitter and the Grams at SYKOPATHeist, spelled the same way as the channel. And please subscribe to the Black Building and all my other channels. Those links will be in the description. And yeah, as always, family, if you're looking for any graphics, artwork, designs, or logos, please consider hitting up our sister Renee at Renee Black Graphics on Facebook. Also, if you're looking for any t-shirts, hoodies, all custom designs, please consider hitting up a store as well. Just like the channels, all these links will be in the description as always. And yeah, this was our annual New Year's Eve show. And I'm not sure if we'll be on again this week. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to promise y'all anything because y'all going to be killing me if I don't show up. But if not, y'all definitely see me on Saturday. Y'all already know. And yeah, family, as always, I want to give a peace and Black power out there to everybody listening, everybody that came through. Shout out to everybody who joined the panel. I want to give a peace and Black power. Holla Black at your boy. We're out.